Hello everybody, it's that time of year again. It's the start proper of the cobbled classics, the E3 Saxo Classic, E3 Harelbeke as it used to be known, all 208.6 kilometres of the Kleine Ronde, the Little Ronde. It is the 67th edition of one of the best races on the calendar. And this is what it looks like today, 208.8 kilometres. It's dress rehearsal time. 17 hills, several other cobbled sectors, Kruisberg, Hoton, Taaienberg, Eckenberg and the rest in this race. The Paterberg comes before the Kwaremont, and then there's a trip to the Tiefenberg for the race's final climb, 20 kilometres from the finish, back where we started in Harelbeke. And look at that list, all the very best are there. Van der Poel versus Van Aert again today. Between them, they have taken the last three editions. There's no Kasper Asgreen this year. He will miss the classics. And of course, 10 years since the British win when Geraint Thomas took the honours. We had all the fun of the fair at the start and the sign-in. It's always a big event, this, in West Flanders. Filippo Ganna, fresh off another Sanremo podium. He's having a go at the cobbles this year.
How many? All right, dames en heren.
We have the usual Belgian techno music to accompany the start.
En vorig jaar werd hij tweede.
And Lidl Trek were along with Jasper Stuyven on the podium last time. Nes Pedersen looking for those cobbled monuments that are coming up.
Een helikopter passé.
Groupama FDG, former Flanders podium finisher in Valentin Madouas.
Ik denk het wel, ja.
And Stefan Kung, well, he's been on the podium here before. Mate Mohoric is in town. Bahrain victorious are here. Let's host Fred Wright as well. He's in decent form at the minute. They've got the usual classics house set up. And Binyam Girmay, who had a wonderful debut finishing 5th a few years back. It's almost 3 years now since he won Kint Wevelgem. Matteo Jorgensen and Wout van Aert, the latter coming down from altitude. Nice to see Dylan van Baarle back racing as well. Slightly different weather than Mount Teide here.
Achter het podium, dus we gaan ze erbij halen. Laat jullie horen. Gentlemen, give it up for Tim.
And no Pogacar for UAE Emirates. He was meant to ride today and on Sunday, but as we've all heard the news, he's sacrificing this weekend and going to Roubaix. A disappointment today, but excitement going forward. And the man who beat him to Sanremo glory at the weekend, Mathieu van der Poel, hoping to win for a second successive season here.
Van der Poel.
Well, the start was just after lunchtime. Eventually we got things going. A few smiles there. Not great weather around. Wind and rain forecast. Certainly the latter coming in the last 90 minutes or so of the race, we think. Mars and Van der Poel in conversation. Opposite de Koning. So far starting as they started last year, slowly before the cobbles come along. And then at the weekend, they won for a third successive season at La Classicissima. It's a fight to get away early on. And there was no breakaway for a while, actually. We've since had a crash, though. Not everybody has gone down, but certain big-name riders have been caught up and caught behind. And certain big-name riders include the likes of Mathieu van der Poel and Wout van Aert. The rider who went down was Dries van Gestel there. A couple, in fact, from Soudal Quickstep. We've got a young team here. Picnic Postenel having riders involved too. And I can tell you now, it has conditioned the race. Van der Poel and Van Aert are caught alongside Filippo Ganna in a group at 3 minutes almost. There is, however, said to be a group of around 50 riders at 41 seconds from a three-man breakaway. That three-man breakaway with Dries de Bont, Julius Vonneberg and Rory Townsend. Rory Townsend, the only Irishman in the race, by the way. He's riding for Q36.5. We're going back to the peloton. There's still a long, long way to go today. I can tell you that we are going to have more hours of coverage than we've ever had on the way to Harelbeke. We've got 148 kilometres remaining. And to help me, Rob Hatch, talk you through it today, I've got Hannah Walker alongside me. And Hannah, I don't know about you, I'm just digesting this news that we've got all riders all over the place today.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. Yeah, likewise, and it's certainly a big throw up within the race, isn't it? The fact that this has completely changed the dynamic. It's completely changed the way that teams will come into this race now and how they'll race it, because their normal tactic that they would have planned out on the bus earlier on this morning and yesterday, and how they would have envisaged the race to unfold, is completely different. And so when you've got 50 riders who are in Group 2, who are only 39 seconds from the 3 riders who were in that breakaway, De Bont, Vandenberg and Townsend, it's certainly throwing up some surprises. And the big thing is which names are in that second group, and particularly big names who've got the numerical advantage within their teams, who are capable to contribute here.
I can see 3 yellow jerseys from Visma Lease Bike. I'm just wondering if Matteo Jorgensen is among them. We've seen that Julien Vermouta is listed among them. I can tell you that in a list I've seen, as questions are being asked about time, who's following behind. But in the list I've seen, Jasper Stuyven is said to be in that second group. You're talking about a man who was on the podium last year, a man who's won a monument. This is that group. I can see Vermouta behind. The Danish champion Søberg's there. Certainly a couple of big names from Bahrain victorious. Groupama are obviously very confident because they're the ones who are riding here at the front. Who's hiding here? That's the question.
There's also several riders from the Ineos Grenadiers, and we're hearing that Filippo Ganna is one of those riders who's caught up in the same group as Van der Poel and Van Aert. And so for them, you can see that they've got 3 jerseys that are in that second group. And so for them, of course, they come in, they know that Ganna's in top form, particularly after his second podium at San Remo on the weekend. And so for them, I think they've got, by the looks of things in that group, Foss is in that second group by the looks of things. And so they're probably not going to contribute because, of course, they want their big star Ganna to come back. But it's quite interesting when you take a look at a race like this, Rob, where you've got a very, very difficult parkour. It's arguably one of the hardest of all of the sprint classics when you take a look at what they have to face. And it's not just about one rider within a team. You can come in with one big leader. You can come in with one rider who you are all looking at. But within a team, you almost need a couple of top flight riders. And so within Lidl Trek, you take a look down and you think, well, it's always going to be for Mads Pedersen. But then they've also got Jasper Stuyven, they've got Tom Screench, they've got Vatsek, also Tim Ton Teutenberg, who's really started to thrive.
Matteo Jorgensen is in this second group, so that is big news for Visma Lease Bike. He's got his number hidden away there, but it looked like it was his broad shoulders, his style. In the meantime, back in the peloton, well, Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe are evidently not happy with this. Neither are Alpecin Koenig, and they are chasing as if they were going in here to the final 50 kilometres of the race. 2 minutes 29, so they've done a good job to bring it back from 3 minutes. But we are very, very early on into this race as we see Wout van Aert just there alongside Eduardo Affini coming back from what I can presume is a nature break or a little chat at the car. I don't think anybody expected to see this race rhythm this early on, and it's all been caused by a crash. Tell you, Hannah, that the average is 50 kilometres per hour at the moment.
They're absolutely rocking along, aren't they? It's unbelievable, and particularly that this has happened. Of course, it's so unpredictable. Crashes happen within a race, but the fact that you've got such a fast average, you've also got the wind conditions to play out, and also the threat of rain. It's certainly very, very different to how it's been in Belgium over the last week or so, where they've actually had very, very good weather, which has been surprising.
Well, Fred Wright in this main peloton behind, as we see Ries Beek helping to control. Israel Premier Tech are doing a little bit of work as well in this group. So 3 teams riding. Can only assume if Rebel Bora Hansgrohe are working that both Pithi and Lascano are in this group as well. Interesting to see, isn't it? Oyed Lascano. Now then, problem here for Rory Townsend at the head of the race, and he cannot believe it's a puncture. It happens in the classics, but with all the chaos behind, there's no team car there. It's a neutral service wheel that's required, and well, you're banking on his DIY skills here, Hannah.
And this is not the first time in the last 10 days that this has happened to Rory Townsend from being in the front of the race. It happened at GP Denain on, well, less than 10 days ago. Thursday last week he was in the front group, suffered a puncture, and consequently he missed out. Just taking a little replay, and he did well just to hold that up, particularly when you've got a front wheel puncture on these kind of roads, and you can see the frustration. I mean, it's understandable, and the fact that he's in the thick of the action, in the thick of the race, and it's happened for the second time in 8 days.
It does look like Q36.5 are in a very good position in that second group, however, should they be able to close the gap, because Fabio Christen's said to be in the group with David Gonzalez and Yannick Steimler. I can see here there are at least 4 Q36.5 jerseys. If you count Townsend as well ahead, not even looking behind to see if there's anyone else in this group, it's 5 of their 7 riders, so they've had a very, very good start here, Hannah.
A very, very good start, and that's why I said before, if you are in that second group there and you've got the numerical advantage, it doesn't matter whether that's Q36.5. We can also see that Groupama FDJ have got the numerical advantage. It really plays into your hands, and so try and capitalise on that. Try and use that to your advantage. You can also see Stefan Kung is in this group, the former Swiss champion, so that is a very good position for the French World Tour squad who are in those navy blue jerseys to be in, the fact that they've got the strength in numbers to be around one of their big leaders, and they're putting everything into this, and they're really trying to take it by the horns and to work it into their favour here.
3 riders from Jaco Alula on the right hand side there. On the left hand side it looks as though UAE Emirates have a little bit of representation as well. And at the front of the race, Dries de Bont, Julius Vonneberg. Now if you're these two, what do you do?
Slender advantage though, isn't it? I mean, for me personally, I think you've just got to keep rolling with this. And for Dries de Bont, you know, he's one of those riders, and you can just see Rory Townsend, who is, what, 9-10 seconds just behind. He's coming back through. Dries de Bont certainly taking a good old look around to see where Rory Townsend has gone and how far away, because it works to their favour, Rob, if they have the 3 of them back together. And for Dries de Bont, he knows that, particularly the fact that it's a headwind into our final and into the final part of today's race, it works to your advantage to be out front and to have that advantage when the race starts to really open up. And now, of course, this is not the scenario we expected, but the fact that he's in the front part, and you can see here, Townsend working hard to try and come back here, and de Bont, that's good sportsmanship here from de Bont.
Dries de Bont will have very good memories of the end of today's race. The last climb, Hannah, in this particular race is the Tiefenberg. It's that climb that they went over countless times on the day that Dries de Bont became the Belgian national champion. And you can just see the tricolour across his neck there to denote that he has been a national champion. Whether he gets to the Tiefenberg still out in front, well, that's another story today, because there's a lot to come. When we've digested this situation, it settles down. We'll do the usual thing and introduce the race, tell you what's to come, because it really has been a wake-up moment, just seeing the pictures today. Gaps are changing. 2 minutes and 2 back to the peloton at the front. So they're doing a great job behind Alpecin de Koning. Here in this group, Groupama FDJ continue to ride, and I think they're going to get some help from Q36.5 now. It's because they've got a lot of riders here who could potentially take a huge advantage on the main peloton. This is where we go to now. 140 kilometers to go. We've only had 1 of our 17 climbs. The next one doesn't come for over 20 k's yet. So while we're doing that, and waiting for them to get closer, let's hear from the man who's at the front of the race now, Dries de Bont, the former Belgian champion from Decathlon.
Dries, is it not the day for a clever guy like you to be at the front early in the race?
Maybe yes, maybe no. I don't know. I think we all saw, we all watched Milan-San Remo, so we know how hard it is to follow the gods of cycling nowadays. And I think the key to it is anticipation. And
You can do it.
for sure. There's a couple of ways to anticipate, but one of them is the breakaway. Might give it a shot today, because in that way you can really bring it far into the final. We saw it last year as well. And with the headwind towards the final, it might be come in handy to be there already, and then find shelter after the big strong backs of the favorites crossing over to your group.
And we saw it at Tirreno, you are in great shape.
Yeah, I think I feel good. I think I can continue this till Roubaix, so I hope to find another great result.
Well, he wanted to be at the front of the race in the breakaway, and that's where he finds himself. He also finds himself being chased down by a group here that has just changed its tactic, it seems. Because I can see a yellow jersey at the front now, and it looks as though Visma Lease Bike are contributing to try and keep this group of around 50 riders as far away from the Alpecin chasing peloton as possible. What can we read into that, Hannah?
Well, they certainly want to put them on the back foot, and they're one of the big rivals. Mathieu van der Poel, particularly after his performance in Milano-San Remo on Saturday, comes in as the big outright favourite, and of course he's the defending champion of this race from 12 months ago, and so it's very rare that you see him on the back foot, pretty much like Tadej Pogačar, to be honest. When he races, it's very, very rare that we see them on the back foot. And so for Visma Lease Bike, knowing that they've got Julian Vermoter, they've got Jorgensen there, and they've got one other rider, they want to try and capitalise on this situation. And I will say, it's not the fact that they're being unfair here by any stretch. I mean, Jorgensen in his own right can be a winner of this race, and I think the beauty for Visma Lease Bike is they come in quite like a couple of other teams, big standout teams, with options, and they come in with 2-3 leaders in Wout van Aert, Matteo Jorgensen, and so it's not all resting on one rider to try and perform. And so they found themselves in that good position. They've got the strength in numbers. They sense that the time gap's coming down, Rob, and now's the time that they need to try and work and keep this at bay. And if not, it also takes the energy, takes the sting out of the legs of Alpecin de Koning.
Yeah, not necessarily banking on staying away, I guess. You know, you won't see Jorgensen, I guess, committing in there, but it does look as though Julian Vermoter, the man they used to call the Vermoteur back in the day when he was chasing down breakaways, he's trying to do that here and get to the front of the race. 21 seconds between the two groups, but this group behind's doing a sterling job. The peloton, since we've been talking to you for the last, 10 to 15 kilometres now, they've halved the gap from 3 minutes to 1:30. That's the reason that Vermoteur has gone to the front. Looking back to see who else is here. Presence from Total and XTS Astana. Stefan Kung in this group as well. No wonder Groupama were chasing. Tudor Pro Cycling have bodies in here. Who's hiding away? A couple of riders from Movistar towards the back. That's Aurélien Paré-Peintre on his E3 Press debut, by the way. And it looked as though that might have been Connor Swift as well behind for the Ineos Grenadiers.
And
in the meantime, break's caught, Hannah. The break is caught, and we've got one big group now of just over 50 riders, we think.
Yeah, this, of course, as we saw before with Q36.5, they had numbers who were in this second group, and of course having the former Irish road race champion in Rory Townsend up the road, that adds another number to their team. But also seeing it, I was just going to say, sorry to talk over you there, Rob, but I saw Matthias Norsgaard, who was in this group just at the back here, number 142. They've also got Gonzalo Serrano for Movistar. another couple of riders who are in this this group, including Marco Haller, I think we saw from Tudor Pro Cycling, the Austrian rider.
Stolen we mentioned. Tim de Klerk is there. Tim Ton Teutenberg said to be there on his debut in this race as well. And there's now at least 4 riders riding here, and this is going to be an interesting tussle next, isn't it? What happens? How big does this gap grow, or does it continue to go the other way? It's 1 minute 10 now, and I want to keep this going as long as possible in this front group. 55 kilometers per hour they're traveling, and still 136 kilometers to go. Riders are in and around the area of Geraardsbergen right now. They've been there. No Moor in this particular race, but it's probably time to tell you about the route for those of you who didn't tune in. We've got this strange situation out there on the road. This is the dress rehearsal, isn't it, for the Tour of Flanders? It's Flanders without the distance. We've already had the Kattenberg. We've had the Holloweg and Paardestraat, very familiar cobbled sectors. Next, Hannah, we go to La Houppe, and then after that, there will be 100 kilometers of riding with 16 hills and 2 flat cobbled sectors. Listen to the names as well: the Kanarieberg, the Kruisberg, Knokteberg, the Hortond, albeit from a different side to what they will ride when they take it on in the Ronde van Vlaanderen. The Tyenberg, of course, Tom Bonen's playground, and we'll go past that strange-looking statue of his legs. Then the Poineberg, Eckenberg, that comes back after having been absent from this race because of roadworks. And then that funny one, the Stationsberg, that goes to the Maria Borrestraat, down the Steenbeek Trees instead of up it at this race. And there's a lot of the similar roads that we will see next Sunday. There's another issue, and it's a proper front wheel now required for Rory Townsend. He's got his own mechanic this time to sort him out. Deary me, he's had some bad luck, hasn't he? But going back to the route, we'll have a lot of the same roads that we're going to see next Sunday, a week on Sunday that is, but in a different order or a different direction. For example, here, it's Paardeberg before the Kwaremont, isn't it? And then we go to the last 2 hills.
Yeah, it is, but they're all such familiar climbs, aren't they, when you hear the names, and even some of the, whilst not the climbs, but even just the cobble sectors, the Paardestraat, and other climbs here with the Tyenberg, and all of these climbs in this particular region, how you crisscross back on yourself, and you're all within sort of 50 kilometers of each other from one end of the race, or 60 kilometers of each other from one end of the race at the start in Houderbeke to Geraardsbergen, and so you're always covering so many of the same climbs. But of course it is the beauty of this kind of race, and the fact that you're onto these climbs, and it is a different order, it's a different race. It's the way it unfolds, and the scenarios that can play out are so very different. And of course the Tyenberg is always a real key place and a key point in the race, but it's always because it's not necessarily the only decisive point that you can have.
That run into the Tyenberg has become famous at this particular race, hasn't it? We've almost seen team time trials running into the Tyenberg here in the last few years. Talking of teams, no Pogacar for UAE. They, as always, have a strong lineup. Well, the headline before the race was Van der Poel versus Van Aert. And not just because of who they are, Hannah, but of course because of what's happened at this race in the last few years. Last time neither Mathieu van der Poel nor Wout van Aert were on the podium here was 2018. And between them, they've won the last 3. So they've earned their right to be talked about a little more than others at this race.
They certainly have, and for Wout van Aert, of course, he won it back-to-back in 2022 and 2023 before Van der Poel won it for the first time last year. And so, of course, they're always going to be the 2 big riders that everybody watches out for, everybody's talking about, and particularly the fact that this season it's the first time that they've both raced against each other. And so there's a beauty about that. They've had completely different programs, and I think for Wout van Aert maybe a little bit of sadness, you could say, that he of course missed out on such a beautiful, epic race in Milano Sanremo, but of course for him, he was at altitude for the last 3 weeks with Tish Benoot, and of course his big aim is for Flanders and Roubaix, and so differing programs, not necessarily different objectives, but certainly different approaches to big objectives.
Jonas Abrahamsen, keep an eye on him. It's almost a year to the day where he was away with Matteo Jorgensen, wasn't he, towards the end of Dwars of Vlaanderen. The latter won. Abrahamsen had been in the morning break that day, ended up finishing on the podium, and then went on to those special things we saw at the Tour de France. Gap going down to 43 seconds. Alpecin de Koenig are doing a sterling job behind.
It's actually quite remarkable what they've been able to do, because the front group of just over 50 riders, they haven't been hanging around, and they've not been playing any games. They have been consistent, they have kept the chain tight, and the fact that Alpecin de Koenig have been able to pull this gap down from 3 minutes to 40 seconds here, and pretty much from what we've seen, it's for the vast majority, it's been single-handedly from one team, and I think that's, it's pretty remarkable, really. You see Wellens, another big favourite here from UAE Team Emirates Exergy.
Wellens finished 4th last year, 17 on his back. He is back having a chat with Fabio Baldato right now, whereas at the front, the couple of firefighters have almost put out the fire for Alpecin de Koenig. 44 seconds still to close back. A couple of riders I'm talking about are, of course, Sylvain Dillier and Oscar Rieseberg. Will there be a reaction from the front group? They did have bodies. Are they as committed? We're about to find out. And while we watch that gap and see how the tug of war goes, let's hear from the latest Mr. Paris-Nice. He's won the last two, Matteo Jorgensen.
It's the start of the real classics, yeah.
And what's the atmosphere, the pressure like coming into a Belgian race with Wout back in the roster and all the fans out here with supporting the team?
Oh, it's great. It's awesome to have Wout back. Him and Tish had a good camp in Tenerife, so we have a strong team again, and I think it's going to be, I think we made some improvements from opening weekend, so I'm looking forward to getting these races started.
How are you coming from Paris-Nice to E3 to Harelbeke?
It wasn't easy to recover last week, I won't lie to you. It was, 5 days of really on the couch dead, but I slept a lot and got some good efforts in over the weekend and some good training, so I think I'm ready to go.
And are each one of these races at 100%, or is there a certain rhythm for each of these races as we go on through to the monuments?
No, you have to race them 100%. Yeah, I only do 3 of them, so I can give full concentration to each one.
And the concentration here has led him into the front group at the moment. Front group that's just taken a couple of seconds back. It's going to be a really interesting tug of war, this, isn't it? 48, 49, hovers again, and as I finish the sentence, pops down to 46. Hearing from Jorgensen there, and Flemish television actually placed him on an equal star rating. You know, they give out the stars and they forecast who they think might win. Well, Flemish television, they have a 3-star system, all right. 3 stars is the favourite, 2 second, 1 you're talked about, but you're not expected to win. Only Van der Poel and Jorgensen had 3 stars, and believe it or not, they gave Jorgensen 3 stars ahead of the Fleming, Wout van Aert. He had 2.
It's certainly telling and saying something, isn't it? I mean, it's also quite a big thing for him to be one of only 2 riders to have the 3-star rating. But for Jorgensen, he has been in sublime form, and the fact that he backed up that victory in Paris-Nice, and I think you can't underestimate how much that would have taken out of him 2 weeks ago, and of course because of those terrible weather conditions to add to that. And the fact that he's been able to come out we think seemingly healthy, not suffered from any illnesses, because I know there were many riders in last week who really suffered and they came down with illnesses, and even just your immune system is completely it's taken a battering really. And so for him, he's one of the few riders who are able to combine those two, come from a stage race like Paris-Nice and then into the cobbled classics. And I remember one of the cold days, and I don't know if you saw the interview, Rob, where he was saying that he doesn't normally suffer so bad with the weather conditions and the cold, but he was really, really suffering in Paris-Nice, and he didn't know if he was maybe perhaps a little bit too light. So the fact that he's able to come here and be one of the big favourites, it's pretty telling.
Top bike rider, and he's in one of the best teams. There's Melissa Bite, bringing both Van Aert and Benoot back to competition 25 days after their last race. They've not really been home since, though. It's not like they've been on their holidays. They've been up on the top of the mountain at altitude and doing a heck of a lot of training. For Van Aert, certainly it's all about the next 10 days, 2.5 weeks, because here starts the Flemish Holy Week. After that it will be Roubaix the week after that. And talking of Roubaix, here's a man who's been on the podium there. Nowadays he works hard for others. His name is Sylvain Dillier, and what a job he did on Saturday, single-handedly controlling an 8-man breakaway on the way to the Ligurian coastline, and he played a big part in Mathieu van der Poel's victory.
He certainly did, and you only wish in any other sport, particularly when it's a team sport and you rely so much on a team, everybody is the winner. And of course in cycling that's not the case. It's the rider who crosses the line first is that man who's on the top step. But for Sylvain Dillier, and particularly for Mathieu van der Poel, he owes him a good amount of beers, if not more, because he did such a sterling job in San Remo, didn't he? And it's actually quite incredible when a rider has such a teammate like that, who is so committed, so focused, so dedicated and so reliable, and you can rely on a person to be there, to do the job, to be in the right position, never to be caught out on the back foot. It's pretty remarkable.
The gap has stabilised now. It's hanging just above and below that 50 seconds. Still a long way to go here. 127.5 kilometres. We're so lucky this year to bring you an extra hour or so of coverage. And we're on our way, not too far away now, to the start of the hills where they come thick and fast. 16 of them will come in the space of 100 kilometres. We've just been talking about Alpecin-de-Koning. What they did at the weekend is the man himself, Mr. Sanremo, for the second time in 3 years, Mathieu van der Poel.
Mathieu, without Tadej, does it mean that the race is more than ever on your shoulders?
Yeah, I mean, of course it's harder, but also easier when he's here. I think it's somebody who always tries to make the race as hard as possible, which is also in my favor. So I think there will be a lot of eyes on me and the team.
Everybody is saying, Mathieu will attack on the tire neck, but the question is, will you do it?
I don't know. To be honest, previous years I always did attack there, but it's maybe not the best part of a race to do so. So we will see. Of course, I always race on intuition, and I will do so again today.
Is it because of the headwind?
Yeah, the final is headwind, of course, but also last year was the wind was not super good to be alone. But I think it will be the key for us will be to try and stay in control of the race with all the other teams. They will try and make it as hard as possible for us to control.
And they're already trying to do that now. Not really by design yet, because there was a crash. Peloton was split really, and the group found themselves as much as 3 minutes almost ahead. Now it's 51 seconds as Julien Vermouth continues to ride. And Groupama with almost their entire team here, including Stefan Kung, also riding. There are at least 5 riders from Q36.5 in the group. 3 here at the very least for Decathlon. One of them is their young Danish champion and neo-pro, Rasmus Søberg. Aurélien Paré-Peintre making his debut in this race is there too. as well as Dries de Bont. I think I might have spotted another in that. I'm pretty sure that Pierre Gautrat has also been spotted in that group. This is the peloton, 51 seconds. And we heard that from Van der Poel. This time last year, as we see his big rival Van Aert. It was Van Aert who crashed, remember, going uphill on the Paterberg, and Van der Poel rode away there. It was a 43-kilometre solo effort to win, the longest in the last 20 plus years at this particular race. We've seen some exhibitions from the likes of Cancellara in the past year, but none of them at more than 40 k's from the finish. Van der Poel finally bring the race home to the family, because his dad Adri was second and third. Mathieu himself had been second and third, and he finally got the top step on the podium last year. So another race to the palmarès. It's not exactly got out of control for him here. Gap still at 48 seconds. You imagine a strong rider from here, Hannah, like a good Van Aert, a good Van der Poel, at some point once we get into the hill zone and the cobbles, can make an effort and get across. But it's extra work for their teams, just trying to make sure that there's control here.
It's a lot of extra work, but it's also a lot of full commitment here, and particularly when the crash happened, and seeing that 50 riders have escaped and you're on the back foot, you're left chasing. It's about making sure that everyone was okay, making sure that quickly as possible you could kind of get yourself back up and try and limit the losses as best as possible. But you've had so much action already in this race, Rob, that you forget that we've only had one climb so far, and that was very early on the Katterberg, and still you've got 16 climbs to come, as well as all of the cobble sectors that we've got coming up. And there's still so much opportunity for the race to really start to open up, and particularly when you see a gap like this of 50 seconds. I mean, it only takes for a considerable period of time where the pressure is really on. And if you think when we head towards the Tyenberg with 81 kilometres to go, it's not necessarily the only decisive point in the race, but collectively with all of the climbs that you've got before that, and then of course the sectors you've got after that, you can do so much. So it's certainly not all over here, but it does add to the resources that Alpecin-Deceuninck have. This man's in pretty good form as well this season, particularly the fact that he's in this year as a neo-pro. Even Romeo, I think it's been pretty impressive the way that he's raced and ridden in the first 3 months of this year.
Under 23 World Time Trial Champion, winner of a stage in Valencia. Let's see how he gets on in the Classics. By the way, we are 5 kilometres away from the first of 16 hills in 100 kilometres. The last hill here comes with 20 kilometres to go. First of those hills is the longest, by the way, save for the Quaremont. So 1.8 kilometres of La Houppe. Back with Tish Benoot. Busy having fun in the Canary Islands, but it's not been a beach holiday. Up on the top of the mountain. He's back home in his native Flanders now, up and down all day. Named as one of the riders to watch, always is. 77 k's an hour down here. "50 seconds and 122 kilometres to go on our excursion into the Flemish Ardennes. Been out all the way into East Flanders, heading back towards West Flanders. Very quick excursion into the French-speaking part of Belgium as well. Of course, many of these climbs, if you've watched the Tour of Flanders and all of the races around here down the years, you know that they're down and up one side of a ridge, the Mont de l'Enclos. Area of Ronse, you're very close to the language border, and it's into Ronse we'll be heading soon. Hill number 4 is the Oude Kruisberg. first bit of relative stability in this race in the last few minutes since we had our first pictures come to air. This is Flobek, and on our way to La Houppe. And this is that one of the areas I was talking about, skirting the language border here in Belgium. Very briefly into Wallonia. Now we'll be back into Flanders. And let's go here from a Flemish hero, shall we? He's down from altitude. He's back racing. He wants to win for a third time. Wout van Aert.
Well, you landed on Wednesday, but what did you do actually yesterday?
I trained behind the scooter and also spent a little bit of time with my family before leaving to the team hotel again.
It was necessary, of course, after 3 weeks training camp. To come back on Wednesday, is it the right timing for a race on Friday like this?
Probably not. It can turn out really good, but it's a bit tricky to travel this late. But yeah, obviously we think it has an advantage for next week to have enough time to be completely rested for Tour of Flanders, and yeah, that's why we wanted to spend really 3 weeks on altitude and come back as late as possible.
And what is the most important thing you are looking for in this race? Is it the result, the shape, the fight with Van der Poel?
Hopefully the good feeling to find. Obviously I'm here to race the final and try to do a really good result, try to win. Doesn't really matter in which way, but yeah, of course that's why I'm here.
And they're already trying to do that now. Not really by design yet, because there was a crash. Peloton was split really, and the group found themselves as much as 3 minutes almost ahead. Now it's 51 seconds as Julien Vermouth continues to ride. And Groupama with almost their entire team here, including Stefan Kung, also riding. There are at least 5 riders from Q36.5 in the group. 3 here at the very least for Decathlon. One of them is their young Danish champion and neo-pro, Rasmus Søberg. Aurélien Paré-Peintre making his debut in this race is there too, as well as Dries de Bont. I think I might have spotted another in that. I'm pretty sure that Pierre Gautrat has also been spotted in that group. This is the peloton, 51 seconds. And we heard that from Van der Poel. This time last year, as we see his big rival Van Aert. It was Van Aert who crashed, remember, going uphill on the Paterberg, and Van der Poel rode away there. It was a 43-kilometre solo effort to win, the longest in the last 20 plus years at this particular race. We've seen some exhibitions from the likes of Cancellara in the past here, but none of them at more than 40 k's from the finish. Van der Poel finally bring the race home to the family, because his dad Adrie was 2nd and 3rd. Mathieu himself had been 2nd and 3rd, and he finally got the top step on the podium last year. So another race to the palmarès. It's not exactly got out of control for him here. Gap still at 48 seconds. You imagine a strong rider from here, Hannah, like a good Van Aert, a good Van der Poel, at some point once we get into the hill zone and the cobbles, can make an effort and get across. But it's extra work for their teams, just trying to make sure that there's control here.
It's a lot of extra work, but it's also a lot of full commitment here, and particularly when the crash happened, and seeing that 50 riders have escaped and you're on the back foot, you're left chasing. It's about making sure that everyone was okay, making sure that quickly as possible you could kind of get yourself back up and try and limit the losses as best as possible. But you've had so much action already in this race, Rob, that you forget that we've only had one climb so far, and that was very early on the Katterberg, and still you've got 16 climbs to come, as well as all of the cobble sectors that we've got coming up. And there's still so much opportunity for the race to really start to open up, and particularly when you see a gap like this of 50 seconds. I mean, it only takes for a considerable period of time where the pressure is really on. And if you think when we head towards the Tyenberg with 81 kilometers to go, it's not necessarily the only decisive point in the race, but collectively, with all of the climbs that you've got before that, and then of course the sectors you've got after that, you can do so much. So it's certainly not all over here, but it does add to the resources that Alpecin-Deceuninck have. This man's in pretty good form as well this season, particularly the fact that he's in this year as a neo-pro. Even Romeo, I think it's been pretty impressive the way that he's raced and ridden in the first 3 months of this year.
Under 23 world time trial champion, winner of a stage in Valencia. Let's see how he gets on in the classics. By the way, we are 5 kilometres away from the first of 16 hills in 100 kilometres. The last hill here comes with 20 kilometres to go. First of those hills is the longest, by the way, save for the Quaremont. So 1.8 kilometres of La Houppe. Back with Tish Benoot. Busy having fun in the Canary Islands, but it's not been a beach holiday. Up on the top of the mountain. He's back home in his native Flanders now, up and down all day. Named as one of the riders to watch, always is. 77 k's an hour down here. "50 seconds and 122 kilometres to go on our excursion into the Flemish Ardennes. Been out all the way into East Flanders, heading back towards West Flanders. Very quick excursion into the French-speaking part of Belgium as well. Of course, many of these climbs, if you've watched the Tour of Flanders and all of the races around here down the years, you know that they're down and up one side of a ridge, the Mont de l'Enclos. That area of Ronce, you're very close to the language border. And it's into Ronce, we'll be heading soon. Hill number 4 is the Oude Kruisberg. First bit of relative stability in this race in the last few minutes, since we had our first pictures come to air. This is Flobecq, and on our way to La Houppe. And this is that one of the areas I was talking about, skirting the language border here in Belgium. Very briefly into Wallonia. Now we're back into Flanders. And let's go hear from a Flemish hero, shall we? He's down from altitude, he's back racing. He wants to win for a third time. Wout van Aert.
Well, you landed on Wednesday, but what did you do actually yesterday?
I trained behind the scooter and also spent a little bit of time with my family before leaving to the team hotel again.
It was necessary, of course, after 3 weeks training camp to come back on Wednesday. Is it the right timing for a race on Friday like this?
Probably not. It can turn out really good, but it's a bit tricky to travel this late. But yeah, obviously we think it has an advantage for next week to have enough time to be completely rested for Tour of Flanders, and yeah, that's why we wanted to spend really 3 weeks on altitude and come back as late as possible.
And what is the most important thing you are looking for in this race? Is it the result, the shape, the fight with Van der Poel?
Hopefully the good feeling to find. Obviously I'm here to race the final and try to do a really good result, try to win. Doesn't really matter in which way, but yeah, of course that's why I'm here.
Of course he races to win. And he's won this race twice, but the one he really wants to win comes a week on Sunday. The Tour of Flanders itself. He wants a cobbled monument. It's what his career is now based around, isn't it, Hannah?
It is, and I think if you think about last year, I mean, it's heartbreaking, isn't it, when you go into a classic season with the big aim of Flanders, with Roubaix, and then, of course, that awful crash at Tours de Flandre, as they were heading into one of the key moments of the race when they had that big crash on the end road. And so for for Wout van Aert, particularly for him being Belgian. He wants a cobbled classic. He wants one of those cobbled monuments, and you almost want it for him as well. And I think if you're a real fan of the sport, you want him to achieve that too.
Bike change for Laurens Piffy from New Zealand. Now racing for a new team with Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. A revamped classics lineup for Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. The Van Dijk brothers. Sam Welsford is making his debut in this race here. Piffy, of course, has come from Groupama. Moscon's been signed. Lascano's come from Movistar. It's a completely different look to their classics team. More of the same, really, from Groupama. And they continue to lead most of their riders who were at the front when the crash happened towards the front. Stefan Kung is on his way, just like everybody else now, to La Houppe. Oh, it looks as though that little flying thing that was going down the Poggio the other day is accompanying the peloton here in Flanders. It's drone time. Oh, watch those phone wires, will you?
Oh, take care, take care.
Doesn't
sounds
you
like
get a bit more of an appreciation?
Wasp,
well, yeah, a waspish camera, but it does give you an appreciation for the speed, doesn't it?
It does, and I think it's such a wonderful view, because of course it's always wonderful to have your helicopter shots and to see the wonderful shots, and it takes such a skill and an art to be able to get those shots itself from a heli. But then when you see these drone shots, and when you can be so up close and personal and almost feel like you're right within the race, you're right within the peloton or within a group, and you really get a sense of how fast they're traveling, because I think when you're watching on television, it doesn't do it justice. And the fact that they make it look sometimes so easy, and you take a look at the average speed that we've had today, and for the most part it's been over 50 kilometers per hour average. It's slightly dropped now, nevertheless it's not easy, and so it gives a real good feeling and a look as to how it is here in the race.
La Houppe is a climb that takes you out of Wallonia and back into Flanders, away from French-speaking territory, back to the Dutch-speaking area. 37 seconds as they start it is the difference. The peloton making inroads again, being led by Sylvain Dillier. A couple of riders from EF Education Easy Post in those pink jerseys on the left are moving up. Filippo Ganna on the right there for the Ineos Grenadiers. Biniam Girmay well protected. Talking of altitude camps, he's come back from a good 2.5, 3 weeks of his own at altitude. Just for very different reasons, going home, becoming a father for the second time. Always a man of watching these races. Again, the aggressive chase continues from Dillier. He doesn't know any other way. He's been helped by Riesebeek, who's a few wheels back, and Red Bull have ridden as well. 36 seconds on the way up this 1.8 kilometre climb. Average gradient 4.6%. Maximum does go up to 10. The steepest section on this climb, Hannah, is right in the middle.
It is, and it's one of those really difficult kind of climbs. And just to mention there, when you mentioned about Biniam Girmay having been at home because of the birth of his second child, but of course for him also being at altitude, and I think for that period of time where he spent with his family, and you saw last week in San Remo that he was looking good, he was feeling good, he clearly had the form, but to have those moments at home with your family are also good, particularly before a big block of racing, and particularly as he goes into a pretty crucial part of his season into the classics and into these monuments.
Our first sight of Mars Pedersen. He's been chasing cobbles, as our colleague Anders Milk has been documenting. Keep your eyes out across Discovery Plus, by the way, and the rest of our platforms if you want to see Mars Pedersen behind the scenes on his road to potential cobbled monument glory. It's a Friday afternoon, a few have clocked off early. We're not quite on the Quadamont yet, but I think there's a few glasses of the stuff in hand there.
They should be having a a bottle of La Hoopa if they're on this kind of climb, Rob.
They certainly should. And what a crowd we have here. We've got a local announcer as we cross over the top and back into the Flemish-speaking part of Belgium. He'll start to come thick and fast now. There is rarely a rest. Straight after this we go to the Canarieberg, then back to Ronse and the Kruisberg.
They just do it differently, don't they? It's just wonderful. Friday afternoon, spent at the roadside.
Shelley Gerard looked like he was doing a roaring trade there. No, you're right, Hannah. There is no place like Belgium when it comes to bike racing. And talking of Binyam Girmay there, talking of bike racing in Belgium, the atmosphere, the human touch, it would be remiss of me without mentioning something I've been thinking of since I got up this morning. Today marks 3 years since we very sadly lost our good friend and colleague Richard Moore from the Cycling Podcast and other media outlets, and we'll be thinking of Richard all weekend, certainly when we go to Kent Wevelgem, which was his last race, the last time I saw him, and of course on that day that Binyam Girmay took that wonderful win. So this one is for you, Richard. We'll be thinking of you. And I tell you what, in his honour, the riders are putting on a show well far from the finish. You just see in this front group Tim de Klerk bringing the rest of the Lidl Trek riders up towards the front. Q36.5 as well. Gap's gone down to 27 seconds on this climb now. Interesting to see what happens if this starts to look like it's coming back together. Whether there's a breathe out moment, or will we start to get other moves and attacks? They can see them on the road over the top here now, Hannah.
It will be interesting to see what the situation will be and what will happen should these two start to merge together. And of course we get to Canarieberg with 111.9 kilometres to go, and so we're on this wide main road, which almost benefits this group chasing, the fact that they've got a character chase.
And of course this is the road on the way to the Canarieberg that has now been taken out of Dwars of Vlaanderen after that crash last year. Wout van Aert crashed here with several other riders, including Sturven there. Pedersen was impacted, Girmay as well. And of course Van Aert went on to miss the Classics, missed the Giro that he was going to ride. No surprise that it will be going through his mind, and he's just off the back here. No surprise there at all.
And you know, of course, I don't blame him whatsoever, particularly after what happened. But on this section, he's taking the opportunity, stay out of the hustle and bustle, stay out of the thick of the fighting. And you saw the bollards on the left-hand side, that they were all just weaving their way through, which can also pose a real danger. But taking the opportunity on this, on the N48 here, get some bottles, go back to the team car, keep yourself completely out of trouble, get rid of the gilet, and particularly as now that it's all come back together. You can see the sports director there, looks like Arthur van Dongen, who's in the team car. But I don't blame him at all. Stay out of it.
The tension in that race in Dwars of Vlaanderen last year was completely different, wasn't it? He came flying down here. Only normal, the memories will be there. There's Lawrence Pithy just ahead of him, wearing 71. He's back in the bunch. In the meantime, at the front, a bike race is a bike race. And, well, if position is to be had, they just can't help themselves. Ghana was there, 24 seconds. There's a chance that this could soon come back together. And we're already, Hannah, what is it now? The bottom of this climb, this descent, I should say. Get to Eelzille. And that will take us to the Canarieberg, just a kilometre and a bit away now. And look at this, it's so familiar, this site. It is scary, but it's so familiar.
It is, and you can just see how fast and furious it is, and how much tension there is for everybody wanting to try and move themselves up. It's that last moment, trying to get yourselves into position, everybody wanting to try and hold their position, and you can see as everything starts to move around, and that washing machine effect as everyone comes over the side, and those who were in a prime position right down the centre, that they almost get squeezed out, and so it's so hard to try and keep your position, and particularly the fact that the road is so big and it's so wide and there is space, and you can see how it just manoeuvres. The Danish champion there on the front, taking that right hand turn.
This is the front group. They've taken that right turn and they're on their way here to the start of the Kanariberg. It's 7.7% of an average gradient. This is a different beast from Laup. It's a maximum of 14%. The road narrows. It's a really fast entry, as you can see, and it comes straight up at you. There's the hill itself, and the Kanariberg is about to be started by those in the front with just a 17-second gap. I get the feeling we might see some moves front and back here.
I wouldn't be surprised, and particularly those who are at the front. If you're in that first part of the race of 5, top 10 riders, you can carry that speed from that fast descent into the almost that roller coaster, into the dipper, and then up the other side, and you can see how much speed you shave off immediately, because it's such a brutal climb. You see the gradients of 13, 14% at a maximum gradient, and even now, look, things are going to come together.
Louis Vervaeke, Aurélien Paré-Peintre, Stefan Kung, and we have a move here as well on the left-hand side from EF Education Easy Post. Connor Swift wants to be involved. Behind, the two groups have come together. There is Matteo Jorgensen advancing in a yellow jersey on the left as well.
This is the man from the Isle of Man, Max Walker, who has been in that group the whole time. He's been sitting nice and quietly. He found himself in a good position, and just trying to keep the pressure applied here. And for Max Walker, of course, for him, a big opportunity to be racing here at E3. Two Brits shaking things up at the front of the race.
2 of 13 in the peloton here. Geraint Thomas, the only British winner of the E3 Prijs in Harelbeke. That came 10 years ago. And it's one long line of riders now. Straight, long, nasty hill this. There aren't any easy ones though, I promise you. And the Fantastische Army are out. They've come from Kent. Talking of armies, I think the Askey's army were out somewhere. I'm sure I saw them photographed on Instagram. Lewis Askey, who's in that front group for a while there. Now another move here. This looks like Jorgensen. And Matteo Jorgensen marked down this number. 110 kilometres to go over the top of the Kanariberg. And it is the yellow Canary himself who's going. He hasn't been over there like his teammates. He's dressed like them though. Lotto in the chase. Looks as though behind as well Stefan Kung is there. There's a rider involved from Bahrain Victorious. They go over the top and they'll next go to the Alde Kruisberg in, 5 kilometres time.
Yeah, they've been in a strong position, haven't they, Bahrain Victorious, with 3 riders, including Matti Mohoric, who kept himself quiet in that move, just trying to go with Kung, and of course Jorgensen. That's Rob Stannard, the Australian rider. Sturven sensed this could be a real danger, the rider from Lidl Trek. There's been no let-up, has there? You can make the junction on the Kanariberg from that second group, and you feel like you're just there, and then, bam, you're already chasing, you're on the back foot once again.
With that move, it sort of feels like we're moving into the next phase of the race now. Of course, the hills start to appear. It's been a strange start to the race, a fast and furious one. But with Jorgensen making the move at the top of the Kanariberg there, things are splitting up again. Little gaps, and we're getting to the place as well. There aren't too many sections of road, Hannah, now where people can get organised, get a chase formed. It is so difficult, and that's just one of the things we love about these races in general anyway, isn't it?
It certainly is, and this is, as you say, the problem. It's a beauty if you're in the deciding factor in the front of the race. The climbs come thick and fast, And so you don't have that opportunity to recover. And when you get to the final 80 kilometres to go, there's absolutely no chance to recover. You've really got to have looked after yourself throughout the whole race. You know, the next time we get to the climb is in 104.7 kilometres to go, so you've only got 4k to go until we get to that point. And it's just going to be thick and fast attacks the whole time here, and the race is just going to be on, and there's going to be very, very little relenting.
Madouas on the move, bringing a smaller group than the one that was at the front. Now, who's chasing this? At the moment, Intermarché looks to be Taco for the Horn. He had been in that first group. 1-2-2 there is Tobias Voss. This is Tim de Klerk, looks around. And he'll see the rest of the bunch, the main peloton behind. If it slows, if there's hesitation, there's another chance for a huge group to go up the road here. Maybe potentially too big, but we will see. The issue for everybody, whatever group they're in, there's a sorting out to come every 5 or 10 kilometres, isn't there, with the hills?
There is, and it also depends on how much you've used already and which group you were initially in. Were you in that second large peloton? Were you in the main group and in the right place? How much have you used so far? How much has a team had to use up, and how many riders, resources? Who's got something left at this point, which sounds kind of crazy because we've only done, what, 101 kilometres of racing so far.
Biniam Girmay being followed obviously by Baroncini. Wherever Girmay goes, alarm bells will be ringing elsewhere. Alex Edmondson is the picnic Postinel rider on the left hand side. Just see Tobias Bayer there as well. And Girmay just making sure he's up to that front group, and the next move again goes here. EF Education Easy Post starting it. Looks like Tosh van der Sande this time following for this Melissa bike. This is Vermoot. Be looking at Matej Mohoric there, number 61.
He's not in good form this season, is he? And particularly in the spring season, where we always expect a lot from Matej Mohoric. And it's, yeah, I think for Bahrain Victorious, it's a huge shame. And for Matej Mohoric, you know, when you're not firing on all cylinders, when you've not been or can't quite get yourself on top form, and you're not in the thick of the action when you're usually one of those key players in this part of the season, it's hard to see, isn't it? It's also hard for the team. I think, you know, it's a good opportunity for Fred Wright to make the step up and to really be the outright leader within that team.
You're looking at the back of the bunch, whereas at the front the moves still go and continue to be brought back. We're on the outskirts of Ronse here, under the World Championships on a couple of occasions. One that finished at the top of the climb that we're about to head to, the Oude Kruisberg. It's a climb that we'll see a week on Sunday, but a week on Sunday at the top they will turn right and continue to the Hoogtand. This time they will go left, descend and head to the Knokteberg. Impossible to think of the Knokteberg and not think of our colleague Dan Lloyd. Hello Dan, if you're watching. We'll be at your hill soon. Here's the front, Bob Jungels. XTS Astana with a rider following. Here is Ronse. One of the main towns in this part of Flanders. Right on the edge of Flanders before you get to Wallonia and then on towards France. Lots of terrace houses, cobbled streets here. Lefts and rights, plenty going on. That's the way of classic racing, isn't it? It's a course that provides opportunities for attackers, is the E3 Press. Race originally named after a motorway, believe it or not. Thankfully they didn't spend the whole of its lifetime racing up and down it, just roughly tracing the route. It has since become a dress rehearsal for the Tour of Flanders, the Little Tour of Flanders they call it, the Kleine Ronde. At the minute we're seeing some of the big actors from the Tour of Flanders in the last few years at the front. Jungels is one of them. and about to turn there onto the Alder Kreuzberg. Here we go. One of the most historic hills in the whole of cycling, this. And this just gets very, very nasty. Starts on the normal asphalt, and then the cobbles begin. It's 4.8% average, 9% maximum. Just 800 metres here. You'll notice that in the Tour of Flanders itself, it lasts a lot longer because they do go to the top and over the Hoogtand. Today they do go to the Hoogtand, but in between that, as the cobbles begin here, they will go to the Knokteberg.
Whenever you go through Ronster, it's always pretty stressful because you're constantly changing direction. There's lots of lefts and rights, and it's always strung out. And it's, you know, you find yourself in 50th, 60th, 70th position, and there only needs to be a split in the peloton. The elastic snaps, and you're left chasing, and it's always very fast if you're one of those front runners who is able to keep the pace, like Bob Jungels did, the former Luxembourgish champion, who's on the right hand side from the Ineos Grenadiers. You can really do some damage, and you can see everybody just fighting for the very smooth, the slight slither part of tarmac to try and get a little bit of respite, because it's always that the top part of this climb where it's at its most steepest, and you've got the 450 meters of cobbles before you get to the top, and you can see how rough they are as well.
And Mathieu van der Poel appears at the front of the race as we head into the final 100 kilometers. He's there to get rid of a bit of clothing. Mars Pedersen, another former world champion, is with him. Miguel Biel is not far away. Binyam Girmay is at the front. It's already a who's who here as they take the left turn. In 10 days, they'll be turning right and carrying on up the hill. Now it's a quick descent again. And Hannah, nobody wants to be out of position now if the move goes.
Absolutely not, and particularly the fact in the next couple of kilometres they're going to be heading into a block headwind as well, so that also has a huge impact on the way that the race goes, Rob, too, because it also makes it incredibly difficult if you do want to try and get away. It makes it very, very difficult to try and stay away, and so you've got to be really cautious of where you use your efforts. And here's the downhill that you were just talking about, that everybody using it as an opportunity to try and move forward, move into a good position. Oh, it's so strung out at the back there. It's still coming back through.
Straight back into town. Brutomesso here off the back for Bahrain, who's the one just chasing over the top there, having been distanced on the cobbles. We're only halfway through this race, believe it or not. That's in terms of distance. In terms of the obstacles, we are only just getting started. Kreuzberg was the 4th of 17 Hellingen or hills. Next up is the Knokteberg, 1.2 kilometers at 7%. This is Marco Haller, wearing a different uniform this year, isn't he? Still showing his face in the classics though. Lawrence Pithy being kept towards the front by Van Dijk. There's Kellen O'Brien not far away. Matteo Trentin as well. Mars Pedersen never far from the front of affairs. Jorgensen finds himself to the front again. Was in that front group. Taco van der Hoorn not too far off the front, and he's looking after trying to keep together the prospects and challenge of a Binyam Girmay, who was 14th in Sanremo, coming straight from Eritrea at altitude and looking good. Another breathe-in moment in the classics. Not used to doing that over the next couple of weeks or so. A lot of time, Hannah. Battle for those roundabouts and right and left turns are even more intense than the battle on the cobbles themselves.
They are, and particularly because sometimes you just don't quite know what to expect. And if you've got a little piece of hidden road furniture or a very small little sign depicting where a car or vehicle should go, and you're almost up against it, and you suffer a crash with that, there's so many little obstacles that you have to have have yourself aware of. So I think it can be very, very stressful in these sections where it's fast, and particularly if you're at the front of the race. As I said before, if you're at the front, you can see exactly the line you should take. You can carry the speed. It is flowing. It can be so stressful in these regions.
Sander de Pestel there with the hand up. We saw an issue again continuing for Mohoric. Not a happy place to be. De Pestel has a drivetrain issue. You can just see the jockey wheel. The chain's come off it there at the back. So no tension on that chain for him. Needs a bike change. Not an ideal time to have it. I mean, there isn't an ideal time at all once you get into these sections of the Classics, Hannah. But now on this big fight to get into position at the Knokteberg, where you sense the race again is going to move forward.
But it's not only that, Rob. It's the fact when you take a look at this helicopter shot, there are no team cars behind. You've only got the neutral service bikes from Shimano. You've, of course, got the Commissaire's car, who Sander de Pestel was just having a word with. That was the light blue coloured car. And then you've got one other car there. So there's no team cars. There's no opportunity to have a bike change onto your own spare bike. And so when you get into the thick of the race, you certainly don't want to be, as good it is to have the Shimano neutral service bikes. You want to be on your own setup, your own spare bike, which fits perfectly to you. It's the right saddle height. Everything is for you. And so he's going to try and ride for as long as possible. And I think he's doing the right thing here. He can still pedal. He can still... it's just the fact he's got no real tension. He can't really change gear. You can see it's just see he's trying to... No, it's just not having any of it, is it?
He's doing well to hold on at the back of the bunch, actually, at the minute. We've just gone inside the final 100 kilometres, and de Pestel is desperate for some team cars to get across. Now then, there might be the opportunity, because we've been on this straight road out of town, and a few of the cars were probably moving past a couple of the groups, including that belonging to Matej Mohoric. And I think the Decathlon, I should say, have got their man a brand new bike. He's going to have to chase as we go to the Knokteberg, though, hill number 5. And the fight for position really starts to heat up now. This rider's on the footpath, off the footpath, all over the place here. Romeo being put into position. Serbia on the right-hand side as well, the Danish champion. And through the centre there, all trying to avoid that very, very nasty section in the middle, where the concrete slabs on the Belgian roads, the Betonweg, they're supposed to meet, but they don't.
They absolutely
and in between them is the Valley of Death.
Valley of Death, which is just the right width for a tyre. It's horrible. I tell you, it's horrible. Especially if you're on that line, and you know where you're going to go if you're right in the middle of the road and you've got riders on your left and right hand side. There's nowhere to really go, so you just have to make sure that sometimes it's such a huge focus. You'll see how riders deliberately force their way onto one side of the road or the other, just to make sure that they're not drifting over the Valley of Death, because if you do get caught out, I can tell you it can be messy, and it's not an enjoyable experience to be in.
Messy for everyone as well if you're right in the centre of the bunch there. This is the bunch racing back to Harelbeke where they started. Early casualties certainly off the back of this group seem to be Matej Mohoric, just not looking like he has the form. Right turn coming up on the way to the Knokteberg now. After that they'll go to the Hortond. 60 odd kilometres per hour too. The Lotto jerseys make their way through. The first of a couple of very tight turns in Russigny. The Knokteberg, by the way, also known as the Côte de Trieux. Given on the fact that it's on this side of the language border. Ben Turner there for the Ineos Grenadiers looking after Ganna. Now, how will he get on today? Great to see Dylan van Baarle on the left-hand side back racing again after so much bad luck. Van Dijk on the left-hand side. Amazingly, both Van Dijk brothers making their first ever starts in this race. Two of 51 debutants in the E3 Prijs this year.
Almost a third of the bunch. Just a little less there.
The Van Dijk in question at the front, by the way, is Mick. I'm still at the stage where I have to find the numbers to tell which is which. We need a Yates sort of socks code or something, don't we?
Red Yates.
Here we go. Côte du Trieux, Knokteberg. Jemai, Ghana, right up there. And this is the Knokteberg. Beautiful hill if you can take your time, look around and enjoy the scenery. It's steep, straight and nasty all the way to Dan Lloyd turn right at the top there, that 90-degree, very sharp turn off and back onto the flat. And for those of you who haven't got a Scooby as to what we're on about, there's a very famous website, got a lot of videos on it. It will be your friend. Enzo Lenza here for Postenel. We're back to the front. There's a look around from Turner. Connor Swift there. Father Paul isn't far from Ghana, Pearson. Everybody's got each other in their sights, Hannah.
And you've got to, when you take a look how narrow these roads are becoming, and particularly into real key sections of the race here at E3, Rob, that you have to be up towards the front. You can't risk being too far back. And this is a kind of climb, whilst it's not one of the biggest in terms of names per se, it's always got that reputation. It shows no mercy, and so it can take a lot of riders here, and you can see just the difficulty, how laboured some of the riders look on this kind of climb, particularly with the steeper gradients. You've got the gradients of 11, 12, 13%, and when you see an average of 7% for those 1,200 metres, it's such a difficult kind of climb. But at least at the front they want to try and inject some sort of control, I think, particularly before we start to head towards the Hottenberg and of course the Kortekeer, and then crucially into the Tyenberg.
Move out here. We were getting towards a point that we've seen on this climb in the last few years where it goes relatively slow and there's a huge acceleration right over the top to string it out. There's one rider who's trying to get away from that at the minute for Kofidis, and it's Emedikent. Looks as though Picnic Postenel might send a rider towards the front to chase as well, or just be in the position should it come. It's Sudal Quickstep who do that. Team that's got a remarkable record at this race, by the way. 8 wins in the last 20 years here. Another chaser, this time representing Jaco Alula, it looks like. In fact, no, it's Picnic Postenel, another purple jersey. Coming up to the famous corner. Around that corner we go. Looks like it might be rendering there for Sudal Quickstep. Just wait to get a double check on that. And the hint for Kofidis, and behind, well, they still wait, they still slow it. It's as calm as it's been in this race since the neutral right now. A lot of big famous names looking at each other on the front row. 16 seconds for a new group up the road, led by Emedikent. More attacks coming off the front. This was stick and smooth, left-hand side. Nobody particularly worried by his presence. And he'll take those 3 meters. Who's coming to join him? No huge reaction here just yet. And from the Knokteberg we'll go to the Hortond. Different side, 1.2 kilometers at 4%. Rider in the chase, by the way, is Gonzalo Serrano, rider from the Spanish capital. Riders may be looking at opportunities to burst out here. Strange old 5 minutes in the race, that, Hannah.
Yeah, very strange, hasn't it? But I do think how this race has unfolded so far, and of course it's not gone to the scenario that we all expected. It's changed things, and so naturally I think for a lot of teams who were initially on the back foot and they've had to do a lot of chasing, they've had to use a lot, I think it's almost a case of take this moment to take a breather, use this point, because very, very shortly the action's going to come thick and fast, and we've already had such an intense race so far, of such a fast race as well, don't forget. And so for those riders, particularly on that climb there onto the Knokteberg, just keep that control, whereas other riders, they're thinking, why don't I try and do something? I'm going to be into a tailwind now. If I can try and gain a few meters, get myself up the road, and I'm against sense that. Also the rider from Soudal Quickstep, Gonzalo Serrano, we can see who's in the chase, as well as one of the riders from Picnic Postanel was Nicholas Markle, I think. And try and get yourself up there with a handful of seconds if you can.
On to the start of the Hortond. Yeah, we saw that Nicholas Merkel was there, just on the chase behind. In the meantime, one of the most famous dual carriageways in the world in cycling, over the top of the Hortond. Sees the riders on it, as we will see them over the next 10 days or so.
It's quite funny, isn't it? Because you've just got this, ordinary days. This is a normal road, a normal highway. But in cycling terms, all of these roads and the old farm tracks and the cobble climbs are so famous. I mean, my cousin lives in Antwerp. He's Belgian, and for him it's like he's not necessarily into cycling, which I hate to say, but it's true. And I say about a road, particularly in in the Flemish Ardennes, and he's like, oh, right, okay. And you think this is one of the big moments of races, or one of the big cobble climbs, and of course, except for the obvious ones like the Patsberg and the Kwarman, but still, it's these innocuous roads become famous.
I've ridden up this road and down it actually on a normal day. Yes, and it can feel very normal. That's where you have to sort of imagine the Belgian commentators in your head, as if you're riding the Tour of Flanders. It's the only way you can do it, Anne. Channeling my inner José de Coward. Famous windmill at the top. One of the sights of spring, this. And it will be packed with fans over the next week and a half or so here. Cafe will be doing a roaring trade. Merkel is about to be caught. So 2 riders at the front with 41 seconds, and now we get a reaction led on that right hand side as we look at it now by Decathlon, but they're all over the road. They're all over the road, and we're getting reports that it's Casper Pedersen at the front in the end. De Gent and Pedersen. Casper Pedersen, not a rider to be taken lightly. And of course, Emir De Gent, well, he's something new to aim for, doesn't he? There's no more De Gent classification with Thomas having retired. And here he is for Cofidis. Not had a rider in the top 20 of this race for the best part of the last decade. Visma then. Benoot at the front. and really driving it into the sharp turn that's coming up, and suddenly everybody starts to accelerate. Big swing to the left coming in. On the wheel of Benoit, you can see Matteo Jorgensen and then Mathieu van der Poel. 90 kilometers remain, and with the Hawthorne out the way, we're now heading to the Korte Keer. Comes up in 4K's time. Niels Trek assembling en masse on the left as we look at it now. Niels Paulet moving up to the right-hand side in his black and white jersey representing UAE Emirates. Another man who knows what it's like to finish in the top 10 here. And the riders are on these sacred roads at the start of the Flemish Holy Week. Van Aert moving up, left-hand side. Wearing that different helmet. A very, very famous soft drinks manufacturer. In just a few metres of road on the left-hand side, you've got Jorgensen, Pedersen, Van der Poel, Girmay and Van Aert. They're not letting each other out of their sights. There we go. Right next to each other. Corteen on the left-hand side as well.
Van der Poel.
And Mathieu van der Poel with number 1 on his back this year's winner last season. 102 just behind him, Vincenzo Albanese. Been in the top 10 here. Of course, last year wearing a different jersey as he did that.
And you can just see the fight and how much you have to really fight for your position here, Rob. And you can see Luc Lamperty, the American rider there for Soudal Quickstep, just moving himself, and how much you have to sprint and to have that injection of pace to not only hold your position but also gain a few positions. Because once you head into the Korte Keer, you go into this really narrow section. It's a very narrow road. You've of course got the steep bankings either side, and on this tarmac road there's very little space for everyone to be. And so the fact that you've got such a large group right now, everybody's fighting for those positions. Everybody's wanting the good position to enter in a good place, because again, it's a kilometre long, but it's extremely steep, and when you have those really steep gradients, you want to try and carry that momentum, because again, you never know if it could be used as a little bit of a launch pad.
And you can just see how narrow these roads are on the run into the Korte Keer. It's left, it's right. First up, there's a sharp right turn coming out of Zulzeke here for this peloton chasing on, and they are fighting to trying to be first into these turns. Anna, there's just not enough room for everybody to be there. It's like a footpath, this.
It is, and as you say, there's just simply not enough room for everybody. And if you look at the speed here that they're roaring into this right-hand corner, and you've gone from, what, 2 lanes into effectively enough space, particularly with these speeds, for it to be in single file almost. And for the Ineos Grenadiers, with Josh Tarling, who's on the front right now, he's just taking a look over his shoulder, just making sure, you know, where's Ganna, how is everything behind him. But it is stressful, and of course it's a real valuable addition to the race to have this climb in there, but you've got to be well positioned. And if you think everybody's being told the same thing, everyone move up, this is a key point, everybody wants to do the same thing, and there's only enough room for a select handful.
Girmay, for example, lost 10 to 20 positions there. Just moving back up now. Didn't have a teammate in front of him to help. The rest did. Turner returns for the Ineos Grenadiers, and the man in the centre on the front's the former European champion Matteo Trentin. There's Alex Kirsch on the left. He's just in front of Jasper Stuyven. Paulet's not far away. Van der Poel gets Vermeers up to help him. Not the grey jersey on the left-hand side for Alpecin Koenig. And they're about to head on to the Korte Keer. A kilometre long. 6.4% average, maximum of 17%. You said it was short and steep, Hannah. You were not wrong. Another sharp right turn. There's that ditch as well with a little stream there. And we had a scare with Lara Gillespie, didn't we, last week on the way to the finale on Wednesday afternoon racing. Hill number 7 of 17, so 10 to go after this. And after the Kortekeer, one of the moments that always seems to be key in this race, it'll be the Timeberg. Again, no rush here. Everybody seemingly just wanting to occupy that real estate at the front, Hannah.
And it's just that importance. Once you're here, you've got the position, you've got the control, and it's fine. It's always that rush before you get to these sections that you know you have to be in the right position. You want to try and hold that position, be in a good place. As I said before, everybody's being told the same thing. The key moments into key sectors throughout a race, and particularly here, the fact that it is narrow and you've got very, very little chance to move up at all. And so when you can see, and you can see from this helicopter shot now, it's almost a block here, because how it is at the front of the race, people and riders trying to hold the position, try and move up if they can, but to be honest, it's so difficult, and I think that's why you almost have to use the energy beforehand, before you get there, and then it pays off later on, and the fact that you can hold that position. But this is where I was saying before, where it gets narrow, you're into the tree line now, you've got the steep bankings either side, and so it's not even like you can use any of the runoff or any grass to try and move up at all. I mean, if I remember correctly, this has been a key point in several races before, where moves have gone up the road and teams have tried to block and to try and use their numerical advantage up towards the front to their advantage.
They certainly don't seem worried about either Pedersen or De Gent right now. 53 seconds and being allowed to grow. A long, long way to the finish. 85 k's to go. And as we just mentioned, 10 climbs after this. Here we go. And the Ineos Grenadiers over the top. This is what we thought might have happened on the Knockterbed the last time. They waited, they kept the calm pace, and now they drive it. Tarling is on the wheel of Turner. Lidl Trek in the position to follow, and behind, just look at how the elastic stretches thin. Are they able to snap it though? It's one long line here, and it's an acceleration that some wouldn't have been ready for or wanted.
And when you've got such a ferocious acceleration like that from Turner, and you saw Tarling was more than ready for what's to come, and that was a real plan of intent at what the Ineos Grenadiers wanted to do there, and now for the next few kilometres they're going to be into a pretty fast tailwind along this section too, so they want to try and capitalise, try and use this section to their advantage, particularly because you're weaving and you're traversing your way back towards Markadal, and then up towards Markkirchen, and then you head into, of course, Tienberg with only 2 kilometres to go.
Yep, 83.5 here. This is an area that always goes crazy. It's almost a lead out into the Tienberg. Visma bike having to play catch up, and they do it well. Just moving up at the bottom of the picture with Van Aert and Jorgensen. Van der Poel's never been far from the front, neither has Pedersen. There's certainly no shock and awe able to be pulled off against the very best, but they're trying. Still Turner, and on his wheel, still Tarling. There are some mighty riders in position to be able to blast off once we get to the Tienberg, aren't there?
There certainly is, and there's a couple of riders there that they've found themselves and they've fought for that position. Anthony Turgis being one of those from Total Energy. who's there in the white jersey. He's got number 227 on his back. You can just see him, he's just moving back a little bit, but he's certainly sitting within the top 12 of those riders.
Into the normally quiet farmers' fields in Flanders. And on their way to another hill in the Flemish Ardennes. It's Tornado Tom's playground that's next, the Tijnberg.
Cracking pair of legs at the
stranger
top.
works of art that you ever, oh, you said there's a pair of legs at the top, yes. One of the stranger works of art you're ever likely to see on display. A strange statue of Tom Bornan's legs up there.
It wasn't easy for them to get that statue made. He had to stand on one leg for 3 hours, and then while they moulded his legs, and then change legs to the other leg for 3 hours. I mean, it's pretty tough going, isn't it?
Deary me. That'll be the expression for several riders here, because a couple of splits developing towards the back as well. One of those yellow jerseys from Visma Lease Bikes is another turn. This looks like the Danish champion Sorbia. Under the train tracks will go here, and up now towards the Tijnberg they continue to ride. Again, it twists and turns and snakes around. And this is where the Ineos Grenadiers through Ben Turner have really tried to make it difficult. There's a few small splits, but there's not exactly been a big snapping in the elastic yet. Ganna has moved up now onto the wheel of Josh Tarling, and the way that Turner's riding here looks as though his finish line might be at the bottom of the next hill. This is where it went. A look around, final bit of a word, and now. From naught to a lot in not so much time. Off the main road they go, up this section of concrete road, and it's soon about to go north and very cobbly. The Tijnberg is upon us. Just over 80 kilometres remain, and this is always one of the key points in the race back to Arlbeek. So that's that for Turner. What a turn, and Tijnberg begins all 700 metres of it, with Kirsch moving up on the left-hand side, Tarling there, Ganna in position, not so far away either is Pedersen, who sits in fourth wheel. Then you can see in the grey jersey, it's Mathieu van der Poel. Up there as well, wearing number 17 is Tim Wellens, waiting, ready to go. Trentin is there, and it's Pedersen now who's going to attack. It's the former world champion, Mars Pedersen, being followed by another man who knows all about the rainbow bands. It's Pedersen and Mathieu van der Poel who've managed to distance the rest on the Tijnberg. Just 20 seconds now to the front of the race, and behind Ganna is caught napping. He is digging deep. He is gritting his teeth, just as he was on the Cipressa, just like he showed on the Poggio. But it's Pedersen who motors away here, and look at this familiar sight. On Saturday it was Pogacar doing this, and look who has stuck to his wheel. Mathieu van der Poel. Today with Pedersen really powering on, van der Poel is not moving.
And I think for Ganna, he was ready for that. It wasn't a case of he wasn't expecting that kind of move, but I just think with that kind of lightning attack, that lightning kind of acceleration, he doesn't have. He's almost that diesel engine, isn't he? You can see he's making inroads to Pedersen and Van der Poel now, but he just doesn't have that immediate reaction like they both have, and he almost takes 100 metres, 150 metres just to get himself up to speed, up to power. They certainly came in with a big plan, the Ineos Grenadiers, and that's certainly caught out a lot of riders here.
A show of strength from Mars Pedersen. A perfect reaction behind from Mathieu van der Poel, and digging deep, showing strength himself, resilience while he's at it too. Filippo Ganna makes it a trio at the front, but where are the killer bees? Visma Lease Bike missing. There is Julien Vermoet at the back. And this is the top trio now, who aren't far from the front of the race. De Kent and Pedersen, that's Casper Pedersen, doing well to get out of the madness. They find themselves, for now, at the front with three of the strongest riders on the planet. We now move into the next phase. Now it's the check over the top to see, is anybody organised? Can anybody chase? What are the gaps? 5 riders here. Emil Kent, Kasper Pedersen, with Mars Pedersen, Mathieu van der Poel and Filippo Ganna. There is a reaction behind from a Visma Lisa bike rider. Looks to be Jorgensen from here. Wellens is there as well. Trentin isn't far away. It is Matteo Jorgensen. So where's Van Aert? It's fair to say they weren't positioned as well as Lidl Trek, Ineos Grenadiers or Alpecin Koenig. Can they chase on? And they'll ride here, Hannah. They will ride because there's an advantage, and it is race on, it's game on. There's a long way to the finish, but this is the classics and we love it.
We certainly do, and that's not the first time that we've seen a big move go on the Tyenberg, yeah, and particularly to be a decisive move and a winning move. Whilst it's not been something where you've seen riders go solo from that far out, it's certainly been a real key aspect of the race. And so for Lidl Trek, even when Ben Turner made that big acceleration on the Kortekeer, we saw that Alex Kirsch immediately reacted, and he knew it was coming. And the fact that the Luxembourgish rider had such awareness of what might potentially come, and to have that reaction time as well, he knew that for Pedersen, he wanted to try and go on the Tyenberg. And behind you can see in this group, we've got Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe who are at the front, and there is Van Aert in the yellow jersey sitting in second wheel. They're riding right now is Pithy.
Girmay there as well. That 10th wheel, Lawrence Pithy and Wout van Aert riding, as you mentioned. Michael Matthews further down, halfway down in that group in the purple jersey. This is the chasing group, and in here you've got Sterling, Tarling, Kung, as well as Trentin, Wellens and Jorgensen. 15 seconds is the gap. It's grown a little as there's been a little looking behind there, and I guess, do you wait for the group? Do you carry on riding? Never easy to make those decisions. 77 kilometres to go. We've just had the Tyenberg, and we're on the way now to Sint-Marie Orebeke, and that means Bergtenstene. This was the acceleration from Pedersen, which was hugely impressive, but once again it was eerily similar to what we saw on the Poggio, wasn't it?
It's also for Van der Poel, he gets to a point where he uses all of his teammates, and he's used them so well, and then it's almost as if when between him and Gianni Vermeers, he's just able to cover everything. He's always in the right place, right time. He's got this real knack of knowing exactly where he needs to be at the right time. He can fight for the positions, and I mean tactically he's so superior to so many other riders, but also of course he's got that physical ability too to go with it. It's quite remarkable for someone to never rarely miss a beat.
They fly down another hill and head to the next one. Is everybody committed in here? Of course Tarling knows that Ganna's up the front.
I do think that
Sterling.
Yeah, absolutely, and I do think the fact that for the Ineos Grenadiers and of course for Lidl Trek, okay, they're in a good position now. I mean the gap is growing. It's gained another 11 seconds or so to 25 seconds, 23 seconds it yo-yos down to. But if you do have the numbers, you've now got to think, and Ganna's also got to think now, okay, how can I beat Van der Poel? How can I beat Mats Pedersen? And so you need to think, and if you think about Saturday, Milano Sanremo, he wasn't able to beat Van der Poel in a head-to-head sprint, so you've got to think, will it benefit us now to have the numerical advantage with Joshua Tarling and to have that firepower, particularly if everybody doesn't necessarily fully commit in what we're seeing at the peloton, where that's split into two groups. There's a couple of riders who've chipped off the front to try and come across. There's certainly not the organisation in the peloton that they need to have if they want to try and bring these back.
And here is that peloton, or what's left of it. Van Aert following the latest move, Pithy going with it as well, and it's been provoked by Niels Pullet. And this always happens in these groups, doesn't it? The cohesion goes, the understanding disappears. Well, it can always, or at least usually, be better just to be up the road in these races. Now then. Oh. Try again. Oh, mamma mia.
It can be costly as well, Rob. You know, you miss these feeds, and particularly now things have changed this year, where you go to set feed zones. It's not like the Swan years, or race personnel, team personnel can go to any point on the road to do a feed like we could over the last, 4 years. And so it can be costly, and particularly when you've not got your team car behind now, because the gap's not big enough, so you've got to wait until the gap grows to be big enough to take a feed. And so when you take a look at how the feeding and the nutrition strategy is set out by the team's nutritionists, it's really important that you keep on top of fueling your body, and particularly when you get into the thick of the action on such a hard race where you've expended so much energy already.
And these are the riders expending their energy at the front. De Kent and Casper Pedersen, what a position for them to be in as we go to Florian Vermeers. In new colours this year. And it looks as though he needs a bike change. He's ready for it. Well, they're ready for him. As ready as they can be in this sort of racing. Vermeers is back. New machine.
How slick as they come, wasn't it?
In this stressful part of the season.
Front row seats for the kids.
Oh. Back to the head of the race. And heading up Bergtenstene. 5.2% average. Lasts for just over a kilometre. Doesn't quite go as steep as the last few hills we've had. 9%. And the riders will be happy to see that there's no cobbles here. So 21 seconds back to Wellens, Jorgensen and company. 49 back to the next chasing group. Group of the riders, including Van Aert, Girmay and Vermeers, who we just saw. And this is Jorgensen doing most of the chasing here. A reminder that Sturven, pardon me, alongside Tarling, just sitting on here because their mates are up the road. I'm sure they wouldn't mind a tow to the front, but they're not going to do any work to get there. Vermeers has had to do his own work to get back on. Still a sizable group, this, by the way. But have they missed the boat? Listen to the encouragement. They love it here. They've even had a bus ride out. Parked in a farmer's car park. What else would you do on a Friday afternoon?
Couldn't think of anything better to do myself. I just love it. It's just wonderful, isn't it? And particularly even at the start, Rob, that when we saw the team's presentation and you saw all of the old days from the care home down the road. They had front row seats. They had the best view of the whole sign on, and it's wonderful. I mean, it's for everybody, isn't it? The kids, it's for anybody to really enjoy your your Friday. I mean, what better entertainment do you want than the world's best riders passing by?
And the world's best are at the front, aren't they?
They are.
The world's best are there. Mathieu van der Poel, Filippo Ganna, Mats Pedersen, all rather like at the weekend. In one form or another, they've been world champions. Interesting that Ganna should come here to the cobbles, by the way, this year and have a go. He's never won a one-day race on the road. Never won a race in Belgium, aside from a very important one in the time trial, of course, the world title back in 2021. But he does seem to have the profile, and he is racing better. And of course, there's the other thing with Ganna is he's moving on from the track, at least for the next couple of years, before the next Olympic cycle does get better and sort of develops again. We might see a Ganna that's more adapted to this type of racing. He's certainly mixing it with the best at the moment. He sits their second wheel, who'll come through and ride in a minute. And they're doing well to continue to increase the gap here. It's gone up to 34 seconds to Jorgensen and company.
He always looks very undergeared, I have to say, Ganna, over the last couple of weeks, and particularly in San Remo, where everybody else is. You could see that, the chain's tight. You've got that tension there. They're pushing on the gear. Whether it's just he's got so much power, he's almost spinning out. But he always looks to be with a very, very high cadence in comparison to the others.
Onto the Varent. It's a staple of Flemish racing, this road. Of course, they aren't Paris-Roubaix cobbles, but there's 400 metres of something that's a little bit worse than a clinker. $70Ks to go. Next up will be the Boineberg. Van Aert's group at almost a minute. He finds himself right smack bang in the middle of the group. Jemai is sitting a little closer to the front. Noex have missed the move. They came here with Abrahamsen, Scorset and Tiller here as well. Just following this move is William Blumer. The man making the move, 227, is Anthony Turgis, winner of a stage of the Tour de France last year. He's all about racing on off-road sectors. In the Champagne region, wasn't it? Glorious it was.
All in hot weather conditions. What a stage that was.
They haven't quite found the same here though, have they? It's a cold, cold day, and there's rain forecast from about now onwards. Hope it stays
it's been
as
threatening,
dry as
hasn't
we
it?
can.
And it's not as bright as it has been over the last week or so, where we've had wonderful weather conditions here in Belgium, particularly for this time of year. I mean, what a wonderful start to spring we've had for these early spring races. But then again, that changes things as well, Rob, particularly the fact that we've got several more climbs to come. You've got several more cobble sectors to come. It always changes the dynamic of a race as well when you've got the rain. You don't take the corners perhaps as fast, and even there you can see there's a lot of really sharp left-right turns.
Time for the Boineberg, hill number 10. Goes up to double digits, this one. Begins just at the back. Kasper Pedersen there. Again, it's Mats Pedersen on these hills. And we saw how he was climbing at Paris-Nice. He's softening the legs of those with him, or at least trying to.
And that was impressive when you saw the way that he was able to ride over the first part of the race, well, the majority of the race, until sadly the Schelmoser crashed out. The way he was climbing and the way that he climbed on the penultimate day was absolutely remarkable. fact that he was climbing with world's best climbers and he was still there, it shows that he's got that form, but also coming into his bread and butter of the season, wanting to really thrive across these next 10 days, 2 weeks.
Still a large group behind. Mars person now just sitting at the back of the front group. In fact, no, this is, on me, this is the chasing group, isn't it? Led by Matteo Jorgensen. This is Sturven. Tarling as well, riding so well so far this spring. Luke Lamperti. Opportunity to really attack these cobbled races after having had to miss them last year. For riders who weren't on the attack about to be caught, including Bloom. The gap going to 1:14 now to this group. Germay just hanging around at the front. Pity we've seen in this group too. Talking of gaps growing, Hannah, it's now 40 seconds between groups 1 and 2.
And despite everything that Jorgensen's doing in that chasing group, and of course with Wellens and Kung and Trentin, they're not able to do anything about that strong cohesion they've got in the front group of 5. And I think when you've got such firepower in that first group of Van der Poel, Pedersen, De Gent, Ganner and another Pedersen, two Danes, you're really up against it. And even for from the peloton here, 1:15 now.
Michael Matthews on the move, trying to follow Tish Benot and Pierre Gautra. Rasmus Tillers, the rider in the red and orange. There is Michael Matthews. Again, so close to his dream race. Milano Sanremo at the weekend. 4th place for him there as Germay closes the gap on this one. Just as he does that, Benot makes another dig. And another hill disappears. Next up, the Eckenberg. Eckenberg coming back actually after roadworks the last year. Forced it to be off the menu. There won't be much let up after that, because then it's back towards Markedal. And we've got that combination, haven't we? Stationsberg, Steenbeek Dries and Marieborgstraat all together. Steenbeek Dries, of course, they descend it rather than climb it really this time. Climbing the Stationsberg, cobbled climb. When we come to the Tour of Flanders will be a descent.
And it's so rough as well. There's on that, and you're travelling at such speed on those cobbles, descending down. You've got, of course, that sharp right-hand turn once you go over the railway, and it's just sometimes can be hell, I tell you.
Little chat there between Paulet and the rider from Lidl Trek who was alongside him. The danger of the impetus completely gone out of that group. Nobody's riding in that group anymore, Hannah. It's just attack, pause, attack, and that's reflected in the gap at 1:21 now, isn't it, growing?
It certainly is, and even the fact that in the chasing group they're not making any inroads. I mean, it's grown up to 50 seconds now, and I don't think they should give up the belief that they can do something, because for the majority of this final now they're going to be heading into a headwind, and I do think that it doesn't work into the favour of a breakaway. But the thing is, you've got such a strong breakaway here who are fully committed, and you've got 3 of the world's best, and then joined by Ant Gent and then of course Casper Pedersen. I do think in that group behind they shouldn't give up the ghost, to be honest. I think they should keep it on, and you never know, particularly as we start to head into other climbs that are coming, and you've got The wind's coming onto the left-hand side at the moment. They'll sort of head up towards a point. They'll take a left-hand turn. The wind will be onto the right-hand shoulder of these riders, and then they'll start to head into that headwind for basically the whole final part, give or take, you know, traversing your way through the countryside back to Heidelberg.
Mars Pedersen there at the front as they're onto the next sector of cobbles. And heading up the Eckenberg. It's a Flemish monument of a hill, this one. So much history here. And two world champions are pulling the front group on with a 48-second gap. Mathieu van der Poel winning his second Milano-San Remo at the weekend.
Look after your tyres. Don't puncture now.
Worked hard to get here, hasn't he, Gan? Now, in fact, the whole team did.
And it was so deliberate what they did. You know, that was a real plan. It was an absolute mark on the road. They knew exactly where they wanted to go. It was with such ferocity.
52 seconds then is the delay for Jorgensen and company as they start the Eckenberg. Hill number 11 of 17, and that's, I think that is the first spot or two of rain on the camera lens there. Still not up the hill yet here. Everybody hanging in there, including the two attackers.
And this kind of climb, Rob, it's so much harder than it looks on paper. When you see the vital stats of the climb, you think, oh, it's 1,200 metres, you've got an average of 5%, but you add in the fact of these cobbles, of the steep gradients that you've got, and it just doesn't really relent. You almost feel like it's never ending, to be quite honest. And even when you start to get towards the top, you're still just continuing to go, and you've got those little sections where everybody's trying to ride on the smooth section. You can just see one of the riders there from, what is that there, Total Energy, I think Anthony Turgis once again, just trying to ride and have a little bit of respite from the cobbles.
Near the top of the reconditioned Eckenberg. Looking for those easier bits, but having to dodge in and out, of course, to avoid the obstacles. It's Mars Pedersen at the front. By the way, his next win will be his 50th as a professional. All the talk about him going for cobbled monuments, something that's evaded him so far. Monument of any type. But he has won cobbled classics before. He's got two Kind-Wevelgems in the locker and the Kurne, Brussels Kurne as well. Next opportunity for Matteo Trentin to grab a feed coming up at the top here. Missed the last couple, didn't he?
And this is why I say it's crucial now that he makes sure he gets something from this feed, and even if he doubles up with bottles, and then each of those bottles will have no doubt a gel attached to both of those. But it's another reason why you also want to make sure that you start with a good amount of fuel in the pocket, whether that be gels, and particularly making sure you're fueling yourself in the first part of the race, because now you want to make sure that you come into this section, Rob, and the fact that it is so hard to, if you do miss something, to get something from a team car, you certainly don't want to get to this point in the race, or, you know, with 10 kilometres to go and then start to get the bonk and you're really starting to feel it. Really starting to feel depleted. It's also a race for the team personnel to get from one feed to another. As soon as the race is passed, they're straight into the cars, straight into the vans. They're sector hopping. They're wanting to get there, and of course they know their job is crucial. The riders also rely on them to help them in the race. It's a real team effort, not just riders on the bike and bumps on saddles.
The race is within a race. There's a few of those going on the road as well, Hanny. Just while we're watching these sort of sectors go by, where we're waiting to get to the last couple of climbs and things like that, and maybe they can start to think about how they'd attack and try and win the race from this group. it's just going away from the rest of the riders on the road, isn't it? It's now 54 seconds to Jorgensen and company. It's almost 2 minutes to this lot now, as yet more feeds are missed. Tonaga, thankfully taking his second opportunity. Hannah.
Groupama, no less.
The rivals.
Inter-French rivalry, becoming friends, you know.
You scratch my bike. 60k to go, Hannah. 2 minutes almost of a gap. Can we count this lot out?
It's becoming increasingly prevalent that you can. You know, if they wanted to try and do something, and particularly the fact that there were riders and teams who had a couple of numbers where they could have afforded to sacrifice riders within the team to try and close this down. It's one of those where you can't leave it too long, Rob. You can't be sitting back and almost waiting for the race to come back to you. And so, you know, as it starts to get towards and nearing 2 minutes now, and it's still such a large group, this is the surprising thing, and we're not getting too much of a look at how the peloton looks, to be honest. We're very much focusing on these 5 riders, and you're not getting a look at what is happening. Is there plenty of attacks coming from behind, and then you just have this lull, or is anybody contributing? How does everyone look? What's the body language looking like? You know, is everybody completely spent? Because don't forget, this has been a real arduous race before we've even got to some of the key decisive moments. And it's only the fact that things have been so hard out on the road. And when you take a look at this chasing group with Jorgensen, Trentin and Wellens, more often than not we're seeing the man in the yellow jersey on the front quite a lot. And he knows it's his big opportunity to try and win E3 here.
And Matteo Jorgensen in wonderful form, as we saw, that rest after Paris-Nice. Of course, 5th last season, just days before becoming the first ever American to win Dwars door Vlaanderen. A minute now. A full minute between Paul Pedersen, De Gent, Ganna and Casper Pedersen. They're the riders on your picture now. And the chasers, Jorgensen, Wellens, Kung, Trentin, and then 2 passengers in that group, and with every right to be passengers as well, Tarling and Stern. At almost 2 minutes, you now have the rest of the peloton, including Van Aert, Girmay, Matthews. Stationsberg. There is the station. Not the steepest hill, lots of twists and turns, and thankfully it's dry. Across the tracks they come, and one final reminder, a week on Sunday it'll be over the other side, descending down this road, but it can be treacherous. And they'll have taken on the Steenberg-Dries and Maria Borstraat before that. They're all working well together in this group, though. Certainly the 3 stars. And here, De Gent and Casper Pedersen, well, they must think that they're not quite in dreamland here, but they have an awesome opportunity, if they can stay in the wheels for a while, to pull off a big result for their teams.
And also opportunity, but they've put themselves in that position. And when we saw that it was De Gent, the man at the back here in the red jersey from Cofidis, who was the instigator of that move, and it was Pedersen who came across. We saw a couple of riders attempting to try and bridge with Nikias Merkel, and one other rider, I think it was Gonzalo Serrano from Movistar, who tried to come across. But they've presented themselves with this opportunity, and to try and put yourself in the right place to take a chance. And that was when the race was at a little bit of a lull. It was all being well controlled, and so, you know, now it's a case of, right, try and follow the wheels, try and follow these top 3 riders, and let's see what can happen. And particularly the fact that the gap is only growing behind. You can see as well that, and again, just having a little bit of a tough time, because these, you know, again, it's deceptive when you're travelling at such speed and when you're seeing it on television, but when you see these cobbles up close, Rob, they're not in good shape. They're so rough. They're very, you know, they're hard to ride on, and you know, when you see the state of the cobbles up close and how rough they are and how you've got little dips and divots in the road, it's incredibly tough. It's incredibly hard, and it saps your energy.
So down the Steenbeek Dries onto Maria Borrestraat. Counts as a flat cobbled sector here. .109 and continues to grow. Now there's a third group and a fourth group now being listed. That peloton must have split over the Stationsberg. We did see attacks, didn't we, when we had those little looks at it, but as Hannah was saying, directors not been concentrating on that back group. Back to the front of the race. Man with a number 1 on his back. He is, of course, Mathieu van der Poel. He wins today, can join Van Aert, Schmil, Museo and Eddie Plankert with 2 wins. And this is what's happening behind. It's Matthews, it's Van Aert and Girmay, and they're putting in a dig to try and separate this group. Lawrence Pithy's trying to follow. Bob Jungels is up there as well. And Matthews is looking strong in the meantime. The team cars are finally being allowed to get away from this group. We've got the longest gap between sectors now that's been for quite a while. We've got 10 kilometres until the Kapelberg.
I know they've not got a rider represented in the first 5 or the group of 6 that are chasing, but Total Energy have got numbers here, and they've got Gachinard, they've had Turgis, but the thing is, you're on the wrong side of things here, and of course for them, you know, each and every race that they do comes with such importance, and that, you know, it's almost sound like a bit of a broken record with the relegation that will be at the end of this year, but of course they need the points, and of course big points come with these one-day races. And so for Gachinard, who we've seen up towards the front, Gis we've seen also with Leroux, you know, with great importance that they need to keep the pressure applied. They need to try and get themselves up here, and also not give up here at this section in the race. And they, you know, you do see on sectors here where the gap starts to open up. There's a few tired legs that you can really start to see pretty prominent within groups.
Back with Matthews. Pierre Gautrin is in there as well. We're number 95. We're in this race for the first time. And there has been that split in that group. They're still at 2:14 now. And again, just bits and pieces of riders all over the place as we find out that Markadal is racing. It's one of the homes of bike racing in this part of the world. Now, Pithy trying to drive this on. Again, Little Trek have representation. They've got a rider in just about every group. This time it looks to be Squinch.
We'll see our mate Nathan van Hooydonk on the roadside there, just giving Wout van Aert a good old shout, a good cheer. There with wheels, ready and waiting, should any of the riders from Visma Lease bike have a trouble, bit of a problem.
He's a busy boy, isn't he?
Isn't he just? He's doing a top job, isn't he?
Another short, sharp descents, footpath width, out of the forest, down the hill. The beauty of the Flemish Ardennes. Again, an opportunity to try and get away for Turgis. Once more, he's marked. And that's the job for Squinch now. Trentin. And this group, a reminder, with Trentin, UC Sturven, Tarling, Kung, Jorgensen, Wellens. It's been a non-stop, full-gas race. To be honest, it's been strange since the start after that crash.
It's been very strange, hasn't it? And of course, it's completely changed the outcome, the scenario, the way that teams would have expected to utilise their riders and come in with a big strategy, and the sports directors make a big plan of how they want to, you know, what's the plan of attack for E3. And of course, for many teams, straight away that tactic, that strategy went straight out the window, and it was a case of, particularly for Alpes Interkoning, they were one of the big teams who were left to do the chasing and to close that 3-minute gap. And so for others, it was a bit of a gamble. But when you've got someone like Mathieu van der Poel and with Alpes Interkoning who've missed the move, it's almost, you can rest on your laurels a little bit that it will come back, because you know you can rely on Alpes Interkoning to bring things back to heel. And they did just that. And of course, they had some help from Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, but in the end, and ultimately, they've still been able to capitalise. They've still been able to put Mathieu van der Poel in the front of the race. He's in the front group of 5. I do think now in that second group, it's a case of how and when do they try and bring, where do you make your mark? How do you try and leapfrog from that group, or try and start to do something about the time deficit that you're up against?
Time deficits continue to grow as we approach the final 50 kilometres now. 1:14 to Group 2, 2:14 to Group 3. And it's the A-team up here, isn't it? Last year's winner, Van der Poel. Gan now hoping to win his first one-day road race. Mars Pedersen wants E3 as his 50th career win. Imidekend, Kasper Pedersen hoping to spring a shock. They were the two attackers. I sort of feel we're playing the waiting game a little bit, watching this front group as well, Hannah, as we're back with Van Aert's group and the notes on the attack.
It is a case of almost that waiting game. It is a case of, you know, when's the next rider, when's the next team going to make a move. Tischmanut now in the yellow jersey, stretching things out on this sector here.
Nine days to go to the Ronde van Vlaanderen. After the opening weekend, those cobbled races seem to fade into the background a bit, don't they? Today, though, is the day where the passion really returns. It's the E3 Harelbeke, the E3 Saxo Classic, and there are 50 kilometres remaining. Mathieu van der Poel's at the front of the race alongside Mars Pedersen. He made the move on the Tienberg that allowed this to happen after the Ineos Grenadiers had really driven it into the foot to help Filippo Ganna. Just before that happened, Imidekend and Kasper Pedersen have managed to get a head start. And we've now got 5 stars with a 1-minute 20-second gap. In the chasing group, Tim Wellens, Matteo Jorgensen, Stefan Kung, Matteo Trentin, and 2 teammates of riders who are here. They are Josh Tarling of Ineos Grenadiers and Jasper Sturven from Lidl-Trek. Anna Walker with me, Rob Hatch. And behind, a group of at least 40, 50 riders in a peloton that includes Wout van Aert, Tish Benoot, Binyam Girmay, Lawrence Pithy, Michael Matthews. It's all set up for us to go to the final few climbs, and coming next in a couple of kilometres' time is the Kapelberg. After that, we will head to the Paterberg, then the Kwaremont. A reminder that in this particular race, it's the other way round, isn't it? Then we've got the E3 hill, that's the Karnemelbeekstraat. The final hill here is the Tiekenberg, with just over 20 kilometres to go. After that, it's a run into Harelbeke, the usual ride around the housing estate, and then the finish in front of the thousands of fans that were lining up at the start as well. Little bit of spots of rains about. Just see them on the camera lens. It's been threatening all day long. And the reason we've had such a fast race so far as well is because we had a crash early on. 50-odd riders were at the front. That forced Alpecin de Koning to do a lot of chasing, but it certainly hasn't weakened their main man, Hannah.
It certainly hasn't, and it just shows that he's able to manage the stress. And so are the team. The fact that he's got such a strong, dedicated team around him, when you take a look at the lineup with Bayer, Maurice, Holman, Dillier, Riesebeker and Vermeers, and the fact that he had Sylvain Dillier for a long time pulling to close that deficit. But as you say, you know, for many other riders, they would have been affected by that, and to be at that point so far back, 3 minutes, and use so much of their resources, their riders, their teammates, and to be up against a group of 50 who were on the right foot, it certainly doesn't challenge him. I think it's not just his tactical abilities and knowing exactly where he needs to be, and of course at that point he was on the back foot, and not just his physical capabilities, but mentally he never seems out of sorts when something starts to go wrong. You know, he must be so strong mentally to deal with things that happen throughout a race and not be affected by it. I think is, you know, you take a look, this all-round champion.
Well, 48 kilometres remain. Champions everywhere. Looks like the gaps are changing in Group 3, and that move that we just saw off the front there from Benoit might be having an effect. In just a minute's time, we're going to welcome our viewers on TNT Sports 1. Everybody's joining us for the grand finale. And those who've been watching all afternoon on TNT Sports 5 and on Discovery Plus, it's been a pleasure to have your company. Just had the feeling since those moves it's continued to build without exploding into life again. We've got some of the most famous hills in cycling still to come. Well, we'll welcome our viewers on TNT Sports 1, giving a brief update as to what's happened as we see issues here for Lawrence Pithy. Looks to be a puncture. It is a puncture. A very warm welcome to viewers joining us on TNT Sports 1. It's the dress rehearsal for the Tour of Flanders. 9 days to go to the Ronde. E3 taking place on a route that could grace the mighty Ronde itself, just without the monument distance. That means, though, that the hills are squeezed together, and we are already on helling number 13 of 17 now. Anna Walker with me, Rob Hatch, and yes, if you're switching on for the first time, you are looking at not one, but two former world champions at the front. There's a former time trial world champion with them, and two riders who got ahead of the chaos that then ensued on the Tyenberg. They are Casper Pedersen and Emmet de Gent. The world stars I'm talking about are Mathieu van der Poel, winner of this race last year. Alongside him, Mars Pedersen. He made the main move on the Tyenberg, trying to do his best Tornado Tom Bonen impression. And alongside them is second place finisher in Sanremo at the weekend, Filippo Ganna. 46.9 kilometres remain, and after this Kapelberg climb here, the riders will then head to the Paterberg and the Oude Kwaremont. Two more hills after that and a run into the finish. Spots of rain starting to fall. It's been a cold afternoon in Flanders. There's a huge crash early on that put a big split in the peloton. Alpecin have had to work hard all day, but this race is up for grabs. Plenty of encouragement. There's loads of people on the road today, especially when you consider that it's a Friday afternoon and the weather hasn't really been playing ball. But to the top of another climb they come, into an open farmer's field they will ride, and it's Filippo Ganna who looks round, and he'll see open road at the minute. The gap is 1 minute and 15 seconds to Tim Wellens, Matteo Jorgensen, Stefan Kung, Josh Tarling, Jasper Stuyven and Matteo Trentin. This is this group. Hannah, 1:15 the gap. Is there still an opportunity for this lot to get in, or has that passed now?
It's been holding steady, hasn't it, Rob? I don't think it's the fact that they don't have enough kilometres to try and bring things back. They certainly are capable of doing so, but I just think you've got so much firepower between these three riders who are doing the big bulk of the work in the front group with Pedersen, Van der Poel and Ganna, that it's just making it difficult. It's just holding steady, that group behind. And I do wonder, when we started to see, before we welcomed our viewers on TNT1, we started to see Tish Benoot of Visma Lease Bike starting to stretch things out from the peloton, and perhaps in that chasing group, which includes his teammate Matteo Jorgensen, maybe they're realising, well, this isn't coming back to heel. We're not able to do anything about the gap, despite Jorgensen working well with Wellens, Kung, and of course with Matteo Trentin. How can they win this race? And it's a desirable event. It's a desirable race that riders want to have on their palmares. It's no surprise why every single year you have such a stacked field of riders and teams. Everybody wants to win this race, and it also is a good indicator.
So many times riders who've won this race have gone on to win the Ronde van Vlaanderen. I mean, there's no curse here like there is with the Omloop het Nieuwsblad that happens on opening weekend. Hannah palmares at this race: 5 times winner Tom Boonen, 4 for Rick van Looy, 3 for Cancellara and Brass, 2 for Van Aert, Schmil, Museo and Eddie Plankert. And of course last year, Mathieu van der Poel winning for the first time. He then went on to do the Flanders-Roubaix double.
And there's very few riders who've done the double. Yeah, there's only 10 riders in history who've been able to do that with Cancellara, Terpstra, Askeren. Of course, Van der Poel you've mentioned, who, as well as Museo.
The wind and rain starting to have more of an effect. Talking of the wind, it's a headwind forecast to ride back into Harelbeke. Will that be playing on anyone's mind here, Hannah?
Ordinarily, I think the headwind would play against the 5 who are out front, normally. But it also depends on how much they've got in the chasing group in Group 2 and what is happening in Group 3. And again, we're not getting a good look really as to what's happening, but the gap has gone from, over the last 5 kilometres, from 1:40, and it's grown again to 2.5 minutes now. And so ordinarily, if they had the firepower, it's a perfect opportunity, the fact you've got the headwind, in my opinion. If it was a tailwind and it was in reverse, it's playing right into the hands of these 5. But yeah, I just think we've had such a hard race, such a difficult parcours, and arguably sometimes harder than some of the other big spring classics that we see here in Belgium. It's almost looking in favour of these 5, particularly the 3 that are doing the bulk of the work now.
So far in this race, we've had a faster than average speed. It's almost at 47 kilometres per hour. That's between the average and the fastest predicted time by the organisers. Well, with Mars Pedersen and Mathieu van der Poel involved, it was never going to be anything other than that, was it? Here we go then, on our way to the Paterberg. This time last year, as we go past this tent, about to take this right turn, we had drama, didn't we? Wout van Aert crashing uphill, Mathieu van der Poel riding away and soloing to win with 43 k's to go. Keep your eyes on them here, because it's the Pater. It's steep, it's short, it's just 400 metres, but this can decide races. It's Mars Pedersen, it is Mathieu van der Poel, and the cobbles are just starting to get that little bit slippy.
And this is where the danger comes, because it's not rained heavily. It's just that little sprinkling where you still ride as if it's dry, but it becomes slippery. It's got that little grease on the top layer of the cobble. And so, you know, it also adds another layer of difficulty, and particularly for those behind you who are roaring into the bottom of the Paterberg, Rob.
Pedersen, Mars Pedersen that is, who's really putting down the hammer here, and it again is starting to swing, starting to struggle, starting to lose contact. Same for Casper Pedersen, and Filippo Ganna as well, just has to grit his teeth once more. We saw him do it so often at the weekend. Casper Pedersen starting to show a bit of a reaction, and it's Mars Pedersen again, just as he has done in several races recently, showing how good he is uphill. De Gent really has to chase here to make sure he's still in contact, and we haven't even been to the Kwaremont yet. That's next.
That reaction from Casper Pedersen in the navy blue jersey of Soudal Quickstep there, the fact that he was starting to struggle, lost a couple of bike lengths, Rob, that was no easy feat. I can tell you, when you get to the top of the Paterberg, your legs and lungs are absolutely screaming.
And that's exactly what's happening to this group here, led by Matteo Jorgensen in the yellow jersey for Visma Lease Bike. He will be desperately trying to rescue this race from them. All the pressure on Wout van Aert. They all talk about him. Yes, I agree, it's probably too much, but it's the way the Flemish press works. They will have reporters queuing outside the bus unless they get somebody up to try and challenge at the front in this race today. Jorgensen is trying. He has Kung just behind him. This group looks to be more or less staying together. What's the gap going to be at the top? Jorgensen is looking the strongest on the hill. Wellens just losing the wheel a little bit. Tarling just off the back as well. And Jorgensen just opening up half a wheel. Left turn at the top here, the steepest bit out the way. And there are just over 42 kilometres remaining from this point. It's a very quick dive down back onto the flat and in towards the Kwaremont. Emir Gent has returned and the gap has increased after the pater to just over 120.
Great effort from Aims again to get himself back there. The fact that he was struggling so much, I mean, it's no easy feat. What we didn't see over the top of the Paterberg, of course, you've got that descent where you can get that breather, use that opportunity to get some recovery, and you've got the carrot to chase to get back into the wheels. And like I said before, top job from Casper Pedersen. The problem is, how much is all of this taking out of those two riders? Each and every blow that Pedersen or Van der Poel or Ganna deals to them, it's just another chip away at their energy reserves. And here you can see the descent from what is the chasing group here. Got himself back. I mean, he's showing an awful lot of grimacing there, but he's managed to haul his large body over the top of the Paterberg, down the other side.
Familiar run into the Alde Kwaremont. Mars Pedersen passes some Danish supporters, and the rain continues to fall. Well, the longest hill of the lot now is approaching. It's the Alde Kwaremont, Old Quarter Hill, 2.2 kilometres, average gradient of 4%, a maximum of 11.6. And after the race we've had, this will hurt. On to the start of the Kwaremont. First little section without cobbles. Who does this suit, this particular hill, Hannah, out of this lot?
For me, it suits Mads Pedersen and Mathieu van der Poel. You know, but when you take a look at this part, you've got the first 600 metres, you've got the tarmac, and then you go onto the cobbles. The middle section is steep. You're onto the steeper gradients of 11%, and we've seen moves go from that point in the past. It's of course incredibly difficult the first 500 metres of that when it goes onto the cobbles. It's so difficult. It's also the fact that it's a long section too. I mean, you've got the section where you're at 11%, you're in the double digits, then you go past the church, it starts to flatten out just a little bit, and then it goes to around 2%. So it's just a really arduous kind of sector.
The punishment never seems to stop on this hill. Even when you're over that flatter section, it just continues to the top. And now Mathieu van der Poel starts to really press down on the pedals. The former world champion at the front in his grey jersey, representing Alpecin de Koning. The man who won Milano-San Remo for the second time in 3 years at the weekend. He's hoping to double up and retain the title he took 12 months ago here. Off into the gutter he goes. That'll be barriered off in 9 days' time for the Ronde van Vlaanderen. There's a little gap from Mars Pedersen to Filippo Ganna, and for Emre Gent and Kasper Pedersen, it's hang-on time. It's the former world champions who are pulling away here. Hannah, you called it, you said it. They are those riders who this is much more suited to. It's now over to Pedersen to see if he can hang on.
And you can see already starting to find himself in difficulty. Van der Poel just keeping his eyes right in front of him, holding on to the middle section of the road. And now Pedersen on the uneven surface there as it starts to really kick up, struggling to hold on to the wheel of the Dutchman.
And that could be that. That could be that. Mathieu van der Poel going away halfway up the Quaremont into the village and continuing to power on. Mars Pedersen's resistance ceases and Mathieu van der Poel finds himself alone. The question is, with the headwind to the finish in the last 20 Ks, can he go all the way from here? Last year it was from the Pater. One hill earlier, 5 kilometres more. Ended up winning by a minute and a half on that day. Today, though, he is alone on the Quaremont and he's still building this gap, Hannah.
He is, and this is a kind of sector, Rob. You know, it can really make or break you. If you arrive here and you've overcooked yourself and you've done too much before you get to this point and you don't have something left in reserves and you've got someone like Van der Poel who just makes that big acceleration, and we've seen him do it time and time and time again. It's just, and it's only growing. When you take a look at that helicopter shot, it's only growing to Pedersen. Don't forget, if these two arrive head-to-head, tete-a-tete, Pedersen has the upper hand. He can have the upper hand if it's in a head-to-head sprint. But there's so much more that goes on before you get to that point, Rob.
Mighty Mathieu has just ridden them all off his wheel. And in 2.2 kilometres, this race has been ripped up. 24 seconds to the group we saw just at the back there. We wait to find out the gap to Pedersen, but the Dane is no longer in the shot. Up to the top of the Oude Quaremont, and it's the same Oude Mathieu van der Poel. There it is, the torture done. But he will look back, see the road, see the damage done, and he now looks a country mile in front of them all. It's head down, pedal away, 37.5 kilometres to the finish. Van der Poel's done the damage. The question now is there enough in the tank to bring it home, Hannah?
And that's the big question, but when you take a look at his body language and you see the way he's just come into this season, and if you think on Saturday the way he rode in Milano-San Remo, what he was capable and what he was able to do to hold on some of the most ferocious attacks from Pogacar, I wouldn't be surprised. You take a look at this helicopter shot now and you see where Pedersen is, and there's complete daylight between the two of them, and so he's been able to really open up that gap. And for now it's a case of what can Pedersen do in this scenario. And there you can just see him just in the background, but I'm curious of the headwind and how that's going to have an effect here, Rob.
Well, over the top here, Pedersen is riding. We know he's strong. He's in the form of his life. It's a 21-second gap. A reminder, there's still 2 climbs to go. Mathieu van der Poel on the Quaremont. We've seen it in the Ronde before. And even in the little Ronde, he's able to punish everybody behind him. Pedersen's still looking strong here, though. There is Ganna. It's Emre Gent who's the closest to him. 32 seconds to Ganna and the Gent. And it's Kasper Pedersen who's the one who's suffered the most on the Oude Quaremont. Not even in the shot there. .36.5 kilometres to go. Riders get a brief breather. We're going to take one of our own off for a commercial break. And those of you on our digital platforms know that we aren't going anywhere. 15 seconds now. Mars Pedersen is slowly bringing back this gap. It's an indication of his strength. He looked, I mean, you looked at the gap there. Van der Poel looked like he'd broken him.
Especially when you saw it at 29 seconds, 28 seconds, that gap. I think that's pretty remarkable. Now they've got on to this road here. And, yeah, they're only for the last kilometre or so, they're into a tailwind. They're going to make that right-hand turn. Then they'll make that loop round. Then they'll be into the headwind, sorry. So right now it's almost... it is playing into the hands of Van der Poel, of course, but I think for Pedersen, he's got that strength. He knows that now he's over one of the toughest sections of the Eau de Quermont, and over the top. I mean, he's looking good as well. You know, when he's firing on all cylinders, there's very few with this kind of strength. He's almost like a bull, isn't he?
Oh, we've seen him in stage races. We know he can time trial when he has to, too.
Absolutely.
So can this man. Gets his own gap down to 27 seconds. Again, whatever happens, however the final shake-up lands, Filippo Ganna absolutely flying down here. Has really improved in this kind of racing. 2 targets acquired for Top Ganna in front. The first is Mars Pedersen. Second, the man travelling at 70 k's an hour down here, in front, at the front, and hoping to stay there, is Mathieu van der Poel. A reminder that he knows this road and the bad sides of it pretty well too. On the right hand side there was a very famous incident in the Ronde van Vlaanderen. The rain is falling in Flanders. And Mathieu van der Poel continues to ride through it. 16 seconds of a gap to Mars Pedersen, who he dropped on the Quadramont. Two minutes back to what I assume is the main peloton now. And a reminder that the Karnemelbergstraat is next up. You rejoin us watching Mathieu van der Poel in the E3 Saxo Classic, E3 Harelbeke. 208 kilometres in total, 17 climbs, of which 2 now remain. We're approaching the penultimate climb, the E3 hill, Karnemelbergstraat. 1.5 kilometres long. And while he's wearing one, Hannah Walker, Mathieu van der Poel, whenever he's raced a one-day race this season, has ended up number 1. He started winning Le Samyn on his opening day on the 4th of March. He won Milano-San Remo again at the weekend. The minute, he's in prime position to wear 1 next time he starts here next year again. But it's not done and dusted, because look at Mars Pedersen, 14 seconds. He's not given up. He never gives up. He is riding out of his skin here.
And he always does, and particularly when he knows he's got that opportunity. When you see the tenacity that Mars Pedersen races with, the rider from Lidl Trek, it's quite remarkable. I mean, he's such a leader within that team of Lidl Trek, and I think he has a huge impact on the start line, the start list within the team, the starting roster of Lidl Trek, and the way that he approaches a race, and not just for the riders, but of course for the staff too. And so for Pedersen, you know, he's a winner. He's competitive. He wants to be up there. He wants to add this race to his Palmares. And of course he's not going to give up. He's not going to give up without a fight. And there's still so much that can happen. Of course, we've got our penultimate climb coming up, the kind of Melkbergstraat, which is, what, just over 1,500 metres long. But then, of course, we go on to that short cobble sector again, onto Varent, before we get to the Tegenberg. But then you've got that, what, 20 kilometres or so, 21 kilometres to go until you get to the finish. And so it's not all over. It's almost that agonising gap between Pedersen and Van der Poel right now.
What happens to the gap here? Because we saw on the Oude Kwaremont that Mathieu Van der Poel was able to distance Mars Pedersen. But this is a different climb, different gradient, different surface. Mars Pedersen has the man to chase up ahead. You're looking back at number 3 on the road at 24 seconds, Filippo Ganna. And in the meantime, we haven't seen them properly for a while, have we? We saw a very quick shot of them, just enough to see that there are a couple of riders dropped from the Wellens-Jorgensen group. Kung and Sterven still there, but including those dropped Trentin and Tarling. They are at almost 2 minutes at the minute.
And you get a good opportunity here, Rob, to see just how steep this climb is. Okay, it's shorter than the Oude Kwaremont, but only by, what, 700 metres. Its average gradient is actually steeper than the Oude Kwaremont, and you see steeper gradients, and maximum gradients steeper than the Kwaremont of 18%. And it's sheltered. Of course, you don't have the cobble, so that adds some sort of easier, it's more easier on this kind of climb than the Kwaremont itself, but you still have those steeper gradients, and particularly the fact that if you're chasing down someone who's got that punch, got that acceleration.
Van der Poel through the centre of these crazy supporters. He's come to give them the show they wanted. And if the time gaps are to be believed, he is at least holding what he has to Mars Pedersen on this climb. Come around the corner, greeted by more supporters. Some of them been camping out this year. And here comes his main adversary. I guess the rain falling. It's Mars Pedersen weather, isn't it?
I don't think that's a race he's won in the past in such treacherous conditions. They haven't been bad ones, have they? But this is where it starts to get a little bit intense. The fact that it's slick, the roads, and it's getting worse, particularly at the finish line. It's raining much heavier. Oh.
Scare there for Ganna. All right, gap at 36 seconds to him. It has increased on that climb to Ganna by around 10 seconds. And in fact, if you look at those gaps, it does look as though Van der Poel has put another few seconds into Mars Pedersen.
But to be honest, on that kind of climb, I'm not surprised. And I think the fact if Mats Pedersen, by the time things start to settle out, if he loses 4 or 5 seconds after that penultimate climb there on the Kwaremont, I think he can be almost happy with that, the fact that he hasn't lost more to Van der Poel.
On and off of Ronde van Vlaanderenstraat. The road dedicated to the Tour of Flanders. And it's on this road they will all stand again a week on Sunday. The culmination of the Flemish Holy Week. It's 20 seconds for one of their cycling gods. Mathieu Van der Poel from just over the border in the Netherlands. He's a Flemish resident. He did most of his life in Flanders. Although we'll keep that quiet. The Dutch fans might not like that. Here is Mathieu Van der Poel's, I was going to say third group, but we've still got a few riders behind. The main challengers, including Jorgensen, Wellens and co. They're a long way back, though, to be considered true challengers. They are looking for a top 5 finish. That's their realistic hope, isn't it? The minute, you would have to say that we've seen the 3 riders are going to be on the podium, haven't we, Hannah, barring any surprise?
I think so, barring any accident, incident, disaster. I think the three riders that you're going to see on the podium, of course, it's Van der Poel, Mads Pedersen and Filippo Ganna, particularly when you start to see the gaps. I am curious how, I mean, we're not really getting a look at it, because where is Eims against? Is he that far behind Ganna? You never know if he's got something left, and you never know if Ganna starts to capitulate, what might happen. Quite sure of that time gap.
Down the new Aquanimal. This is, of course, the descent I was talking about a minute ago, where Mathieu van der Poel had his incident in the Ronde. Chasing back on. Dutch champions jersey, providing so much drama. Flying down the new Aquanimal is Mads Pedersen. Twenty-seven Ks to go, and Ganna continues to fight. He's at 46 seconds, however, now. The gap's increased to 24 for Van der Poel on Pedersen. The passion is everywhere to see. And this is only the start of 9 days of craziness in Flanders. On Sunday, it's Gent Wevelgem in Flanders Fields. Wednesday, racing in Waregem. That's Dwars door Vlaanderen. And then the Ronde itself. Over the Schelde. And doing so as the leader with almost half a minute now. Pedersen really getting close, wasn't he, before that Karnemelkbeekstraat. And Van der Poel just pushed on. Over the hill, on the descent, and now over the River Schelde. And those Pedersen supporters, well, they'll be happy to see their man up there. Not so happy to see who's leading the race. Still 26 Ks to go. And our 17th and final hurdle in the form of a hill will come in just 5 Ks time. Ooh. As we get a reminder of what can happen. It is never over until it's over, and there's always a hiccup around every corner. Here we go again, Hannah, and even the best crossers have the issues. Ay, 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 ay.
Look at that. And this is why I say you've got to be really cautious when you don't have a big downpour. You still race, and even though you can see it's slick on the roads and the rain has been falling, you still race as if it's dry, and you still push on in each of these corners, the roundabouts, as if it was dry. And so it's just that little reminder now for Van der Poel. Don't push over the limits too far. You know, accidents still can happen. It's still not over until you get to that finish line in Harelbeke. But again, also for those who are chasing behind, Rob, that's another reminder.
Eat and drink. Be wary. Onto the Barent. Oh, and look at the state of this. It has poured down in the last 10-15 minutes. But Van der Poel remains calm. And he begins the final flat cobbled sector with a 32-second gap. A very warm welcome back with Mathieu van der Poel on the Varent. All 2 kilometres of it, and the nerves have crept in, and it's unsurprising. He's been flying along, building his advantage, but whilst those of you watching on the telly were away at a commercial break, he had a wobble, didn't he, Hannah?
He did, into a right-hand roundabout and out of the other side. Oh, and even here on the Varant, he's using every inch of the road, and you can't even say it's the road. He's having to run off onto the grass, off onto the chalky roads, onto the pathway. I mean, he's really pushing his limits here, and even at that roundabout when he came out of the other side, you know, it was a real reminder, that wake-up call of, you know, you can't push things. And you know, I say it again, you can't race as if you're in the dry when you've had such a downpour. Okay, we've not had torrential rainy conditions throughout the whole race, but when you've had this shower and the roads are wet, the cobbles are slippery, they're slimy, you can see the shine on the top surface and on the top layer. They're lethal, and they can be lethal. I think you've done the majority of the race, Rob, with, you know, your tyre pressures if it's dry, and okay, you know it might rain towards the back end of the race.
This is what happened, Hannah.
Almost a half high side, managed to correct, didn't he?
Wasn't impressed with himself too much.
I'm not surprised.
But I tell you what, the gap really is increasing. Pedersen fading a little, Van der Poel looking as strong, and it's now almost 40 seconds. It's been a fascinating battle, and certainly with Pedersen in this kind of form. But as we saw at the weekend, on those days where Van der Poel is the Van der Poel we know and love, might not be possible to beat him. It ain't far from that, though.
You've got to be on a top day, haven't you? I think for Mads Pedersen, he really attacked the Paterberg. How much did that cost him? Particularly when you're going into such a difficult section like the Oude Quatermont, which is far longer than the Paterberg. Maybe he was trying to use that as a section to really put Van der Poel under pressure and to try and break him there. Who knows? Nevertheless, it's not through want of trying here for Mads Pedersen. Curious if he went for the one-by system, Mads Pedersen. See, just moments ago on the Varand, he had a very, very large cog at the back on the block at the back. You know, whether he's gone for the one-by, range of gears, how's that playing into effect? Who knows?
It wouldn't be the first time that riders from that particular team had done that. We've seen it in various teams, haven't we? And depending on the various manufacturers they use, we saw the last couple of years that this Melissa bike were keen on using that. Looking down there, looks like it might be the case, Hannah. Not 100% sure. I think the camera operators have the same idea as you have, because they were trying to focus in there. But we're looking back at the number
I'm on
one.
Speed dial.
It's a more traditional setup for Van der Poel there. And well, just an illustration of the long solos that have happened. 47.3, that might have been a bit of a porky pie, that one. I think it was 43 kilometres last year, but it was the longest. At the E3 Saxo Classic, Cancellara next at 35. Well, if he takes this home, he's going to have 1 and 2 on that ranking, because I think there was a good 37 kilometres or so when he made his move at the Quatermont.
I think they've just got the numbers in the wrong way round. To 23.7, 47.3.
That's understandable.
Yeah.
And here is Pedersen. He's still got a good 20-odd seconds on Filippo Ganna. A reminder into a headwind in the final 20-odd Ks. Out alone. Tigenberg is next. Final climb here. Where's Oliver Naassen when you need him? Where he famously lost contact on the way in with his good mate Greg van Avermaet. He said early on in the broadcast, seems a long time ago now, doesn't it? Dries de Bont, he was surely going to enjoy fond memories of this particular climb. You go past its famous mushroom. There it is, and they put a rubber duck next to it. What a combination. Only in Flanders.
And so normal.
It's been normalised to see this man at the front here. Onto the Tegan. Maximum 9%, average of 5.5 and 750 metres long. And yesterday's De Bont, former teammate of this man in the Belgian Nationals up here. Almost 50 seconds now for Paul de Pevers. And barring any more of those incidents, accidents, problems, Paul's riding away with it here.
It's pretty remarkable. You know, we talked about how he was on the back foot. They had 3 minutes of a deficit to make up, having been caught out on that crash, and ordinarily riders might not have made it back into any kind of chance or position to try and win the race, because they're completely out of it, or they've spent too much to try and come back. But this man is just, he's built differently, isn't he? He's absolutely incredible. You think of how his season started, and to go back to back, and to try and attempt to go back to back and winning this race gives you goosebumps.
The first image of the most important week in Flanders sees Mathieu van der Poel riding through the climbs up the final ascent of the day, and all alone with almost a minute of a gap on the way to doubling up potentially at the E3 Prijs in Harelbeke. So then, is it done? Is it dusted? Yes, most of you will say it is. But you just never know. The Flemish Lion trying to encourage Mars Pedersen along. He continues to ride hard, and he's maintaining his gap over Ghana as well. He's putting a sensational ride, whatever happens here.
Whatever the outcome, you've really got to say chapeau to Mars Pedersen and Lidl Track. The fact that they had the strength in numbers. Once again, Alex Kirsch was all over it when the initial big attack and injection of pace came from the Ineos Grenadiers with Ben Turner. They're such a force to be reckoned with, and like you say, you've really got to doff your cap to Mars Pedersen. He's not afraid to take it to them. He's not shy of trying to ride to the best of his ability, to ride to the best of his strategy. He's quite a remarkable rider, really, in that aspect. Such a champion.
And what can we take from Ghana? Is he now a bona fide classics contender?
I have to think the fact that he's, and I think sadly for big track fans, I think for the track scene it's a huge shame, of course, that he's putting his track ambitions to one side, at least for the next few years. But the fact that is then one-day races and the classics gain is wonderful. And I think the fact that he's so new, so green to these kind of races in comparison to others who have been racing in these early spring classics for many years, Rob, I think it's wonderful to see him here. I think it's, you can see the way that the Ineos Grenadiers are racing, I think in a different way to how they've been racing in the last couple of years, personally. I think it's certainly a lot more open. I think for Filippo Ganna, you can see that they were fully invested into Ganna, the way that they came with a big plan, a big strategy. They've got Ian Stannard, who is in the car, as you just see. They make their way through these left-right-hand turns. And of course, he's been on the podium before here in this race, trying to guide them through the best part of this Spring Classics campaign. So I say bring it on for Ganna. Let's see what he can do over the next few years in these one-day Spring Classics. He's got the power. He's certainly got the team around him to support.
Anna, those gaps have ballooned behind. 2 minutes 27 now to De Gent and Casper Pedersen, who found each other. I think there'll be a lot of goodwill from fans wanting them to stay up there in the top 5. I have to see what the gaps are to Jorgensen, Wellens and the rest, etc. But they have lost a lot of time. They're almost a minute now behind. In fact, exactly a minute behind Ganna, who's in third. Van der Poel remains at 49 seconds. Sorry, Hannah.
Sorry, Rob, to talk over you there. I was just going to say, it's not even just the group of Jorgensen, Wellens, Kung, Stuyven. Where's the group of Tish Benoot, Wout van Aert, essentially what was left of the peloton, Turgis, Gachina. It's remarkable that still with so much talent, so much strength, so many teams who had missed the move, they weren't able to do anything about those who'd gone up the road.
Lee Mathieu is the call.
We've just shown 40 seconds there from the chalkboard on the motorbike. Whether we'll get a reset of the time gaps that we see in the top left-hand corner of our screen, and whether Pedersen is indeed closing in or not, it's pretty hard to tell, depending on where they've taken that, whether it was from a GPS, whether it was from a static reading.
The other question is, has everybody been fed and watered all right? Has everybody been eating and drinking? We saw a few missed feeds early on, and I guess the capability or the possibility of that happening now is much larger given the adjusted feed zone rules that you talked about earlier on in the day, Hannah, as well. But same for everyone. Lars Pedersen moving past that same fan who's cheering everybody on. Motorbike gap is showing at almost a minute though now, and it is showing that Van der Poel is gaining. He's about to leave Ingoigen, and he's on his way back to Adelbeke.
He very rarely looks laboured, does he? You take a look at how other riders look, and you take a look at the body language, and we go on board now with Filippo Ganna, and you can see visibly you've got the grimace on the face. He's in a world of pain. Also with Mads Pedersen, the shoulders and the hips start to rock and roll, and you can really start to see that the fatigue has set in. It's no lie that it's been such a difficult, demanding race. But for Van der Poel, he's just able to keep that demeanour. He's able to hold that strength. He never looks like he's really suffering, and it's unbelievable, really. Still looks so strong, so powerful, still looks like he can kick on, keep and maintain the cadence, keep and maintain the same gear. Take a look at how solid he looks in the upper body and on the bike too.
Class act.
Without doubt.
Well, of course, Mr. E3 is still Tom Bonen. 5 wins, Rick van Looy following on with 4. And Cancellara and Jan Bras with 3 each. And if Van der Poel can bring this home, it'll be 2 in 2 years. The benefit of those of you who weren't watching earlier on, Anna and I first came to air, and one of the first things we were saying was that Van der Poel, well, not just him but the whole family had to wait to get this prize in the house. His dad was 2nd and 3rd in the 80s. Mathieu Van der Poel himself 2nd and 3rd as well before last year. There might be no Wout van Aert at the front today, but that extraordinary sequence of one or the other, Van der Poel or Van Aert, being on the podium here since 2019 is set to continue. And another extraordinary sequence of one or the other winning it should move on to a 4th year. 2 for Van Aert, and it should be now 2 for Van der Poel, with all the usual caveats to add in, with still 14.5 kilometres to ride.
And of course, we always expect to see Van Aert in this kind of situation. Whenever he's on the start line, no matter what kind of race it is, we always expect him to be one of the big favourites. But no, let's not forget that one of his big objectives is, of course, the double header of the monuments, with Flanders in 9 days' time, and then of course Roubaix the week after. He's just come back from altitude, 3 weeks at altitude on a training camp, him and Tish Benoot. He only came back on Wednesday, and so his big aim is in 9 days' time to really reap the benefits of all of that altitude training. And so it's something you've also got to factor in. But of course, he's always got a target on his back because of what he's achieved in the past.
Because of his nationality, of course, as we said, the Flemish press will be asking the questions as to why he wasn't in the front. Perhaps he felt coming down from altitude that he wasn't at his best today. We will see. Lots has happened in the race. Racing is, of course, racing, as the cliche goes. And Van Aert, well, yes, he desperately wants to win one of the cobbled monuments. We're back with Ganna, fading to 1:42 back. The good news for him is that the group behind him continues to fade as well. They're still almost a minute behind him. The improvement we saw from him will continue to be talked about. And this is American, hoping to secure a top 5. We just need some good news. Remember, they haven't had a rider in the top 20 here for the best part of a decade. And there's the threat of relegation. So a Quick Step are used to having riders in the top 1 here. Maybe not for the last few years now. 8 wins in the last 20 years for them, as we're back with Van der Poel. Hannah, what have you noticed?
I was just going to say, certainly taking it a lot more cautiously now. You know, it's apparent, it's clear to see that he's not taking those risks. He's backing off so much more than he was before. You know, he can afford to, especially when you know the gap's at 1 minute. You know you can afford to just lay off, take it easy around these corners, don't take any risks. Timed again. I mean, what a ride from him. I mean, he was the instigator of that move. He's put himself in a position to try and take a top 5 here, and he's had 1 pro victory in his career before, but when you take a look at other results he's had, podium finishes, this is going to be up there. Whilst it won't be a podium, I very much doubt so, unless something happens and drastic happens to Filippo Ganna or of course Mads Pedersen. It's a pretty sterling result for him to get a top 5 in this kind of race.
Everyone fighting their own battles. Screech of those disc brakes as Van der Poel continues to go around those corners. Whatever the weather, it's always a nervy up and down, left and right day in the Flemish Ardennes this race. Another kilometre or 2 closer. 12 to go. And the gaps just grow everywhere. Van der Poel continues to put time into everybody. It's a minute now to Mads Pedersen. 1:45 to Ganna. And nearly 3 minutes to Pedersen and de Kent. We're hearing that the Wellens, Jorgensen, Kung, Stuyven group is now at a few seconds from that group behind him. That will explain the look behind we saw from Kasper Pedersen in the last shot we had.
Yeah, it certainly will. It certainly will. And particularly the fact that you've got those 4 riders who, you know, that we've seen very little of them in the last 15 kilometres or so, but before we saw they were working well together. You know, they were, despite not being able to make any inroads to Pedersen and Adrian, right on cue. Here they are. They're still riding. It's still Jorgensen who's on the front. Still Wellens contributing. And there you take a look. There's Pedersen. There's Amdegent right up ahead. They're going to join. They're going to have some passengers.
Jorgensen 5th last year. Just the best that he can hope for here is to improve and go 1 better on that. Lidl Trek. He's already going to have a teammate on the podium, but Jasper Stuyven was 2nd himself last year. Stefan Kung, we saw how close he got on the Omloop at Nieuwsblad, didn't we? Into the final kilometre. And Tim Wellens, who is no stranger to the higher echelons and standings in this race. He was 4th last year. It's the usual suspects. This is now Group 4. They're still, what is it, just over a minute back from Filippo Ganna. Interesting to see what sort of commitment there is behind. And there is maximum caution around every corner now for Mathieu Van der Poel.
The screech of those brakes, they'll hear it in the groups behind.
He's playing with a minute at least with 10k's to go. Now Alpecin de Koning It's following a similar rhythm, isn't it, to what we saw last year. A relatively poor start of the season from them, but no panic. They trust their riders. All of their focus is on these big races when they come. They won in San Remo, and it looks as though, barring any bizarre problem, they're on their way to winning again here. It would take something to match last spring, wouldn't it? That would be a remarkable result, but they aren't far off.
And particularly for, not at all, and particularly for Van der Poel, if he is to win here, it's the start of potentially doubling up and doing the E3 and Flanders double, and then of course the week after making it a triple with Paris-Roubaix. I mean, it's incredible, isn't it? But you're quite right, Rob. The fact that these kind of races really suit the type of rider they have within their roster, and particularly when Van der Poel is, has a big target for these kind of races, and he's able to deliver. He's able to deliver those results for the team, and they're not just with Van der Poel, but of course they've got Phillips, they've got other riders within their roster. And okay, very often it's a select few of riders that win within their team, but they need the strong, dedicated domestiques, super domestiques within their team to help them win. They can't win alone.
Think back to Dillier and Riesebeek at the start of the race, and what they did to bring back that split quickly that was in danger of seeing the race go away. We're into the final 9 kilometres of the E3 Harelbeke. It's the 67th edition of the race, a race that really starts the build-up in earnest to the big one, the Ronde van Vlaanderen. This is the dress rehearsal. 60 kilometres or so shorter, a couple of hills less, but still plenty of the same stars. No Pogacar here today. He was supposed to come and start this, but has since announced that he will skip today, skip Sunday at Gent-Wevelgem, and then ride Paris-Roubaix. And for those of you tuning in a little later, today we had chaos at the start of our television broadcast. 150 k's to go when we first saw the pictures, and a split with over 50 riders in a front group after a crash. A crash that not too many people went down in, but a crash that saw a huge split. It was right across the road. Riders such as Jorgensen in the front group. It was this man's teammates who worked the hardest to bring it back. Alpes in de Koning with Dillier and Riesebeek. It came back relatively quickly, and with 100 k's to go, it was a new race again. When things happened, it was on the Tyenberg that Pedersen attacked. Van der Poel went with him, and ever since, the race has been set. Van der Poel dropping Mars Pedersen, Filippo Ganna, Emedekent and Casper Pedersen on the Oude Kwaremont. And he's been alone since 37 k's to go. Just the 5 k's or 6 k's less than last year's solo demonstration. It has been another stellar ride from Mathieu van der Poel. He's 1 minute and 7 in front of Mars Pedersen at the moment. 2 minutes and 1 ahead of Filippo Ganna. And 2:52 back to Wellens, Jorgensen, Casper Pedersen, Emedekent, Kung and last year's second place finisher Sterling. That's the scenario, and all remains now is for each rider who's in their podium spot to try and finish it off. Ganna has just started to lose time, Hannah. He was a minute in front of this group. He's now got just over 45 seconds.
Yeah, and he's really starting to fade, isn't he? And I'm not surprised the way that this race has been going, and the fact that you're starting to see there's a couple of riders there who know they could be on for a top result. Whilst it's not it's not going to be the win, Rob, but a top result, maybe get there on the podium. There's no surprise there with Casper Pedersen trying to push on. Again, we're having a big focus on this man who's leading solo. But of course, for those behind, who's working, who's maybe starting to sit on and not contribute. Certainly for Casper Pedersen, he knows he could be on for a good ride today. he just never starts to relent, does he? He never looks like he's losing the power that he had 50 kilometers or so ago. He never has that fatigue that comes across in his body language. He's still able to kick over and keep the same kind of cadence, same gear, pushing the same kind of gear right at the bottom of the block. Clicks through the gears.
Hannah, this is all building beautifully, isn't it? 9 days until the Tour of Flanders, the Ronde van Vlaanderen. If we expect Wout van Aert, after coming down from altitude, to continue to get better. Mars Pedersen holding his fine form. This man, well, after today, he's going to be undefeated in 3 one-day races this season. And the return of Tadej Pogačar for the Tour of Flanders. It is a mouth-watering prospect. 5Ks to go, though, here in the dress rehearsal, and wow.
And when you think that Tadej Pogačar, if he was here, it still would have benefited Mathieu van der Poel, because he loves and he thrives having a really hard kind of race. And that's exactly how Tadej Pogačar likes to race. And so the fact that he's still able to win despite, you know, other riders being absent, he's already starting to believe and realise here, Rob, that he's got it and he's won back-to-back.
A radio in there. He's certainly given everything. That whoop score will be high, won't it? Deary me. But a return to West Flanders and Adelbeke, where we started. A ride around town now, and it will be a victory lap for Mathieu van der Poel. Mars Pedersen will be made to wait just that little bit longer for his 50th pro win, whereas on the road, Van der Poel reached that milestone just the other week in Le Sama. That was his first one-day race. There's almost a kilometre difference on the road between them now. This is Adelbeke. And we await the arrival of today's heroes. Now, this is a race that shapes the odds for Flanders. Since the E3 Prijs has been held just before the Ronde van Vlaanderen, that's since 1960, 13 times the winner of this particular race has also gone on to win the Ronde van Vlaanderen in the same year, including as many as 8 times in the last 2 decades. It happened last year. And guess who did it? He's at the front of the race and being chased down by Ganna, who won't get there, but who looks like he's, at the moment, really fighting to hold on to that 3rd and final podium spot. Still he's able to get in the drops there, sprint under the train bridge. What a sight.
It's such an honour to watch these races and this era, and to see the way that these races are won, and with such entertainment, such panache, and so much passion on the road to cheer on these riders. Doesn't matter the nationality. And when you see the way that Van der Poel is able to win with such class, it's just such a privilege.
Well, they say it's a dress rehearsal for the Ronde van Vlaanderen. Last year for him he won here, then it was all right on the night, both in Flanders and in Roubaix. And today, well, the script has been read perfectly. The costumes fitted as well. And there's been no issues with any of the props. despite that one little wobble over the roundabout. But 2 kilometres to finish it off. And 9 days until the curtain raise at the Tour of Flanders itself. Pedersen, remember, came to prominence for the first time at that race. It's one he still wants to win. But if he's to do it this year, he must get beyond this man. Number 1 on his back. And yet again, he'll be number 1 on the day. And the fans love it. Yesterday, most of it's been dark, miserable, rainy. It's been proper classics weather. And this is a proper classics rider. Hannah, you talk about the era we are so lucky to be living in. And then it feels like every week almost we talk about Pogacar or Van der Poel or any of the other superstars who continue to break records, write stories and shape what we see on our screens. Above all, they are entertaining us, and this man has been chief entertainer for the second time in a week.
He certainly has, and I think we'll never tire at seeing him give us this entertainment, give us this thrill to watch him race, the way he races, the way that he's able to win races in different manners. I mean, it's just absolute pure class to watch, and I think if you're a cycling fan, you're in an absolute prime watching this kind of entertainment here.
One final message to the car. The red kite is past, 1 kilometre to go. And Edri Harelbeke will once again belong to Mathieu van der Poel. Something he chased throughout his career. He'd been close, he'd been on the podium, he'd been beaten by his big rival Wout van Aert on a couple of occasions. Last year he came and he won. This year it's the same story. Another long-range move. One more attack from distance. Last year it was the Paterberg. This time it's the Quaremont. And now finally the finish line is about to come into sight. There's that look to the car. They will be delighted there. And yes, he knows. Thumbs up. It's done. It's dusted. It is another big moment in the career of Mathieu van der Poel. He passes the leg test for Flanders. For the second year running, he will take victory. It's back to back with more Mathieu magic at the E3 Saxo Classic. Once again, signing out as winner after a demonstration is Mathieu van der Poel. Undefeated in one-day races this year, Hannah. 3 out of 3, and nobody can match him.
Nobody can come close. Nobody can come close. That was absolute pure class that he raced at, and the way that he rode, and a big chapeau to his whole team of Alpecin-de-Koning, because today, without them, he would not be on the top step. The fact that he was 3 minutes in arrears with that deficit after getting caught out with that crash, he really owes that one to his team, and that is exactly why you've got to have such a good team around you, those who can support you, who are so reliable in moments of difficulty. And Van der Poel is able to finish it off. Absolute class.
Another classy, warrior-like ride from Mars Pedersen. It's a former world champ who wins, another who finishes second. And he's not looking too shabby either ahead of the big test in 9 days' time. It's Van der Poel victorious, Pedersen in second. And we wait to see if Ganna can come home in third. Here he is. He's worked hard for this. He's used to riding on his own, we know that. Top time trialist. But he is now becoming a bona fide classics contender. He looks back and sees enough road to know that the podium place is his. He was there in Sanremo. He's here in Flanders. And another name add to the list. The odds will be shortening for a Filippo Ganna demonstration, and perhaps even a win in the next few weeks as well. Third place goes to the man from the Ineos Grenadiers. It's Van der Poel, it's Pedersen, it's Ganna, and the fight for the top 5 now resumes. And look at the rest, they've almost caught them. At the front here, it's Aimé de Ghent battling all the way to the bitter end. Stuyven starts his sprint. Jorgensen can't hold it after giving everything. It's Jasper Stuyven again going for the sprint, but look at this from Casper Pedersen. Brilliant stuff from him. He takes 4th, Stuyven takes 5th, it's 6th for Kung, and of course just inside the top 10 there you can see Jorgensen riding for places as they always do. XTS Astana.
In the end, we didn't get a look at it as to what was happening behind in the main bulk of the peloton, but they came close in the end. The fact that at one point they were a long way, they were pretty much out of it, shows how much was definitely going on behind. How much, there was still action, there was still movement, there were still those injections of pace attacks. We didn't get to see what was happening, but nevertheless, it was close in the end. Good ride from Pedersen, Casper Pedersen that is, to take 4th.
And a victory salute, quite literally, from Van der Poel. And he looks like he is at his very best again. Well, the Market Square in Albeca, I don't think we had to sell you that one. It did everything that it usually does, that race.
I'm curious after this ride from this man whether he'll get the call up for Flanders. I mean, they call it the mini Flanders, and of course the dress rehearsal, I know his big aim is for Paris-Roubaix, but will he indeed do Belgian Monument?
If you as a sports director?
If I was, after that kind of ride, being one of 2 riders who can go with, sorry, just a bit odd music there. If you could go with Mads Pedersen and Mathieu van der Poel and going from the Tyenberg from 80 kilometers out, 81 kilometers out, I would be, personally.
And you don't think that riding Flanders would compromise those Roubaix chances? Obviously, I mean, most of these other contenders don't, do they? Exactly. Well, keep your eyes peeled. We will soon find out. Of course, from here we move to Gent-Wevelgem in Flanders Fields for Sunday. Then de Waregem for Dwars door Vlaanderen on Wednesday afternoon. And the Ronde van Vlaanderen next Sunday. Tired faces. And hurting bodies. Got some exceptional performances in the rain. The top 10 at the end of the E3 Saxo Classic. Mathieu Fodepoel taking the 200th victory in the history of his professional team Alpecin de Koning. Mats Persson finishes second. Filippo Ganna completes the podium, with Casper Persson and Jasper Stuyver finishing in the top 5. Turnison just about winning the sprint behind then. He takes 10th place. More vital points for XTS Astana, though in this particular race, Cofidis did pick up a place a little higher with Emily Kent there. That all comes from the River Leia. And we'll wait to see if we can bring some reaction for you. And I gather, Hannah, you have a little bit of news from Soudal Quickstep earlier on today.
Yeah, several of their riders were caught up in that crash, which we didn't see. We only saw the replays of it once we came to air, but 3 of them had to abandon today here in E3. It was in the opening 20 kilometres of the race, so it was Gil Gelders, Dries van Gestel and Jordi Wallop who were all taken to hospital in Waregem. Both Gil and Jordi have been treated for concussion, but they don't have any other injuries. And sadly for Dries van Gestel, he's not got concussion, but almost worse to an extent. He's got a fractured elbow, left elbow, and a wrist. So of course for him, that's an end to his Spring Classics campaign, which of course huge loss for the team. But nevertheless, for those 3 riders, and in the opening 20 kilometres, it just shows as well the extent of that crash and just how bad it was. I mean, you think of all of the other riders who were involved in that, Rob, and that's just what we know from Soudal Quickstep, never mind the other riders who were involved.
Yeah, get well soon to all of those involved.
Mathieu van der Poel, congratulations with this new, very impressive victory. How happy are you with this one?
I'm very, very happy. Yeah, we had quite a tough race with the team, but I have to thank my whole team for the amazing job they did today. And yeah, I was really motivated to finish it off.
Een diepe buiging, man, een solo van net geen 40 kilometer. Dat is natuurlijk wel iets anders dan die nerveuze strijd op de Poggio en de Cipressa. Is dat dan echt genieten of toch vooral hard afzien?
Ja, ik heb redelijk afgezien eigenlijk. We hebben, ja, van in het begin zaten we achter een valpartij en sommige ploegen vonden het nodig om daar gebruik van te maken. En, ja, ik moet heel mijn ploeg bedanken om heel de dag te rijden voor mij. Ik voelde me een beetje verplicht om het toch te proberen af te maken. Dus ik ben vrij diep geweest vandaag, maar ja, ik ben heel blij dat ik ze kan belonen met mijn overwinning.
Die Taaienberg was natuurlijk opnieuw cruciaal en Mats Pedersen ging aan. Had je dan meteen door, ja, dit kan wel eens beslissend zijn?
Ja, de voorbije jaren is de beslissing nooit echt gevallen op de Taaienberg. kwam het altijd terug samen, maar we hadden meteen een mooi gat. Met Ganna erbij en een indrukwekkende Pedersen. En, ja, ik had gelijk door dat we daar wel ver mee zouden geraken met die groep.
En had je dan meteen het plan opgevat, kijk, op de oude Quaremont ga ik het proberen om daar dan echt weg te rijden en het verschil te maken?
Ja, toch zeker om toch proberen nog een schifting door te voeren. Om niet met die 5 renners over te blijven. Maar ik weet van vorig jaar hoe lastig dat het is. De wind stond ook een beetje hetzelfde als vorig jaar, schuin tegen naar de finish. En dat is echt altijd heel lang, maar ja, er wacht een mooie beloning aan het einde. Dus ik ben heel blij dat ik gewonnen heb.
Wat mij wel opviel, je was heel vaak aan het praten die laatste 15, 20 kilometer met de volgwagen. Wat mag ik vragen tegen wie je aan het praten was? Wat je eigenlijk allemaal zei?
Ik was met Christophe een beetje aan het praten gewoon. Ja, over de dag en het was zo ellendig lang dat... Ja, dat laatste stuk alleen is echt wel afzien en hij probeerde mij ook nog een beetje te motiveren en proberen de tijd een beetje sneller te laten voorbij gaan. Dus het was vechten tot aan de finish.
Op die oude Kruisberg, dan zitten we nog vrij vroeg in de koers. Zag ik renners al tussen een kader hangen, maar wat jij deed, jij trok al klimmend op die kasseien, Mathieu, spelenderwijs jouw truitje uit. Hoe plezant is het tegenwoordig om Mathieu van der Poel te zijn?
Ja, dat lijkt misschien makkelijk, maar ik wist dat dat vooral mijn laatste moment was dat ik die trui kon afgooien. We waren ook net terug aangesloten, dus vanaf daar begon eigenlijk het cruciale moment van de koers. En, we hadden al heel de dag achtervolgd, dus ik wou niet nog eens in die situatie komen.
Het is zo, E3 binnen, Milaan-Sanremo binnen en het volgende tweeluik komt er natuurlijk al aan. Hè. Volgende week de Ronde van Vlaanderen, die 4e Ronde van Vlaanderen. Mathieu, zeg eens, hoe hard zit dat nu al in jouw hoofd?
Ja, toch wel niet per se die 4e, maar gewoon ja, de Ronde van Vlaanderen is altijd iets wat ik probeer naartoe te pieken. Daar komt wel nog in het AD mee rijden ook, dus ik zal zeker een goede vorm moeten hebben om hem te kloppen. Maar ik denk dat ik zelf alles heb gedaan om zo goed mogelijk aan de start te staan, dus het is nu afwachten naar volgende week.
Nog een laatste vraagje. Vanmorgen heb je hier als winnaar van vorig jaar van de E3 Saxo Classic golfballen gekregen. Ook etentje in Boerie, sterrenrestaurant. Wat wil je volgend jaar? Een gewicht in wijn heeft Fabian Cancellara ook al gekregen in zijn carrière. Is dat iets voor jou ook?
Ik krijg de wijn die ik heb liggen thuis voorlopig al niet op, dus dat is op zich geen probleem. Ik ga eens nadenken. Ik ga suggesties doen, maar ik moet er eens over nadenken.
Geniet ervan en dikke proficiat Mathieu van der Poel.
Well, apologies if the rain was seeping into the speakers or whatever was happening there. Hannah and I don't think we're able to hear anything of that interview. I hope that you were able to hear it at home. If not, please accept our apologies. There's obviously something on a little bit robotic there. It's like it was underwater for us, Mathieu van der Poel. Hopefully someone's going to get the big cagoule around the machine or whatever's required. Put it in rice, that's what you meant to do, isn't it?
Rice to save the day. I mean, they say he's not robotic, he is a human.
I think we're going to get some more reaction now.
What a day. It was incredible. How did you believe it?
Yeah, it was a very, very hard day. We know always E3 is a super hard day and a very hectic day, but today was even more due to the big crash in the start, where we had a lot of guys, unfortunately, caught up inside. But we tried to stay calm and wait for the two big groups to come together, and from there, for my sake, I tried to anticipate the race a bit with an attack on Trieux, and yeah, that worked out perfect for me.
Yeah, because actually this is what you had to do to achieve a great result like this. Okay, it's only a 4th place, but I guess for you it means a lot.
Yeah, definitely it means very, very much, because yeah, you also have to be honest to yourself. In cycling, there is some riders who are really, really unbelievably strong. And I also know when they go, I have to maybe stay a bit calm, because otherwise I just kill myself. So trying to anticipate that situation and follow them was my chance to get deep into the final. And yeah, so I'm happy that that plan succeeded.
And how was it on the ground when Van der Poel launched the attack?
Yeah, it was horrible. It was already a hard day, and I just tried to see if I could stick to them, but yeah, actually I kind of exploded. I tried to give everything to stay with them, but you know, when you explode, then you explode. That was what happened. So I had to try and find my rhythm again and come back to Amit again, and we made an agreement to work together towards the end. For that we could both have a top result. So
in the end, that was pretty good for us.
Congrats. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, apologies again for the sound quality. Once more, I sincerely hope that you were able to hear what we couldn't there. And if you couldn't, please accept our apologies. It was superb stuff from Mathieu van der Poel.
Mats Pedersen, second place in the E3 Saxo Classic. Are you happy or a little disappointed?
No, I'm actually really happy today. It was, yeah, I had good legs, and this is by far the best result I have done in this race. And to be beaten by a monster, it's okay.
Yeah, a monster named Mathieu van der Poel. He is outstanding. You are the best of the rest, let's say. What moment in race, Mats, you felt Mathieu van der Poel was just a little better?
I think it's pretty clear, you know, he went on Quaremont and he went fast already from the bottom, and yeah, at one point I just couldn't hold the wheel, and then he's just incredible good when you have the gap. He keeps extending that gap, and it's like almost it is impossible to come back from that. So yeah, definitely on Quaremont he makes the difference, and there he shows the class of him.
Taaienberg was crucial once again. Your teammate Alex Kirsch did a hell of a job at that moment. Was that the plan? Acceleration at Taaienberg?
Yeah, we wanted to open up the race there, and I talked with the DSs yesterday, and they told me to try there instead of following, then try myself. And then, yeah, for me it was nice to open up the race, and we could go in a smaller group from there, and then with Filippo also. All three of us wanted to work all the time, and yeah, it was really nice.
What did you learn about yourself today, thinking of Gent-Wevelgem, dwars door Vlaanderen and Ronde van Vlaanderen next week?
That the shape is there.
The shape is there, so it promises a lot.
I would say yes, you know, the shape is there, and it was proper racing today, so I'm happy.
Congrats with your second place, Mats Pedersen.
Once again, apologies for the quality of the sound that's coming through. I'm not quite sure where the issue is. Rest assured that people are trying to sort it out. And this man, well, he sorted everyone else out today. A superb win for Mathieu van der Poel. Thanks so much for joining us today. We'll see you soon. Goodbye.
Third place today in E3 Saxo Classic. Taaienberg was crucial once again. How much energy did it cost, Filippo, to close the gap with Pedersen and Van der Poel?
Too much. So I think it's be a better idea follow these guys. But yeah, when you are in the race, you try to do everything well. So my weight is too high for take this climb with these guys. But yeah, really happy for the performance. In the last kilometers, I'm completely in the red zone, and just the only thing is pushing for across the line, and that's it. So.
At Oude Kwaremond, Van der Poel went. How much pain did you feel at that moment? Can you describe it?
I don't know to describe, but I like a fire in the legs, and then when you arrive in the top, just to see 30k to go, say, oh fuck, you need to push again for 30 minutes, and yeah, it's been a really hard race, but yeah, I'm happy. So the shape is here. Obviously, I'm not the best rider for the steep climb like this, but yeah, I try to defend myself and to make a good show.
How chaotic was this race, the first hours? Because it's always hard to race when positioning is so important.
Yeah, after a few Ks there was a bad crash, and the group is split in two. Then when it started to be the different climb, pushing with the team, we stay in the good position, and yeah, we open again the race. Then in the Timber, we try to anticipate, and yeah, I think we make a good performance show.
But after Sanremo, you're once again on the podium. How much confidence does this give you for next upcoming races, Filippo? Because your next race is not Ronde van Vlaanderen, but Paris-Roubaix.
I will like win sometimes, every time second or third, so we will see what can be happen. But yeah, for sure, we stay focused now, and we try to do an amazing races.
Congratulations with your third place, Filippo Ganna.
The top 10 at the end of the E3 Saxo Classic. Mathieu van der Poel beating Mars Pedersen and Filippo Ganna. Kasper Pedersen in fourth with Jasper Stuyven fifth. Kung, De Kent, Wellens, Jorgensen and Turnesen all making up the top 10 on the day. Well, it seems like we've got the sound back. Someone's plugged in whatever needed to be plugged in.
The rice worked quick enough, Rob.
Well, it'd be nice.
Normal now.
Voilà, yeah, it'd be nice if we could see the podium. Here's some more reaction from Stefan Kung.
Comment ça s'est passé évidemment au bout du
How did it go?
Après une journée comme ça.
Ouais, c'était quelle journée, voilà, ça a jamais débranché de A à Z avec la grosse chute au 10 km.
It was crazy after that crazy crash early on.
On s'est mis à rouler pour prendre davantage.
And then of course we had that gap, so we started to ride.
C'était à la rupture, j'étais un peu
and then
un poil loin au Taenberg.
I was a little bit, I wanted to try and go from distance.
Ouais, j'ai juste réussi à être dans le deuxième groupe et là
I just managed to get in that second group.
On voyait que l'entente n'était pas super.
And there wasn't a great understanding in there.
Puis finir dans le top 10
and well, it was nice to finish in the top 10, but that's not a podium, but it's in the top 10.
On peut être content.
Est-ce que ce début
I think we can be happy with that.
Finalement un peu tuer les jambes de tout le monde parce que être en prise comme ça quasiment pendant
this race sort of it's crazy as it not killed the legs of everyone.
Je crois on a vu à la fin tout le monde était mort.
And everyone was dead at the end. I think we saw that at the end.
On était tous à bloc, je crois.
And we were all just full gas all the way. À bloc. And then he was just in his own way, wasn't he?
Merci Stéphane.
And he, the man that they were pointing to there, is this man. He's the winner for the second year running. Mathieu van der Poel takes victory. And the adulation from his fans. And he wins the trophy for coming up the main hill first. Oh, dear me, how many ducks are there? He got them all in a row, didn't he, today to finish first. Yes, the 16th hill, the Cardinal Bergstraat, holds that special prize. He takes his €3,000 for that. Here is the podium itself. Just checking which is the third place. Here we go. It was number 2 at the weekend, wasn't it? Tadej Pogacar had the same problem on that particular podium in Sanremo. And this is Ganna.
plaats geëindigd. En ook deze man verdient een...
Second place today. He comes from Denmark, former world champion, Mars Pedersen. He gets a huge cheer. Another brilliant ride from him. And a thumbs up to the watching crowd. I think if you told him he'd be on the top step a week on Sunday, he would very much take second place here. And here he is, winner of the race. Time to get warm again. But first, the adoring fans want him one more time. Mathieu van der Poel. And another one of those solo exploits. Just over 40k last year, just under the same number this time out. 2 wins in fantastic fashion, completely killing the competition.
De voorzitter van de E3 Saxo Classic uitnodigen om de derde in de uitslag, Filippo Ganna, te belonen met een medaille. Mag ik eveneens de heer Tom van Damme uitnodigen, de voorzitter van Belgian Cycling, om de medaille uit te reiken aan Mats Pedersen. En mag ik de burgemeester van de stad Hadelbeke, de heer
Tom van Damme is along to give out the silver medal.
medaille uit te reiken aan de winnaar van vandaag, zijn de Mathieu van der Poel.
And the winner's medal. Hey, well, you get prizes here, don't you?
I quite like last year he gave away one of his prizes to the fans. I mean, last year was he gave away the huge glass of Quermont.
Here it is. Well, he's going to get another one as well. So just a tipple for second and third. Here's the reward for finishing first. Cheers everyone. Santé.
Met Quermont bier op hun fantastische prestatie van vandaag. Maar we zijn er absoluut nog niet. We hebben een geweldige trofee.
Yeah, I'm not getting involved in that.
Hero. He's their hero.
Saxo Classic wordt namens de mensen van Saxo Belgium onder andere genomen in E3 mag ik de heer Rosseel uitnodigen om de trofee.
There's a trophy as well. There's the family photo and the podium at the end of the E3 Press 2025. Van der Poel, Pedersen and Ganna with a third win in 3 one-day races this season for the Dutch former world champ. That's one way to celebrate the neighbours anthem there, down there from the crowd. In fairness, Van der Poel set them up for it. The final bit of protocol will be the champagne spray. It's cold out there, I don't think any of them fancy getting too wet. Off to warm up and get ready for, as Filippo Ganna termed it, the next races. We will see if we do see him appear before.